Welcome in 8 minutes until top of the, until past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't want to freak all of you out if you're used to us saying, okay, here's what time it is. It is 8 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour. We start a brand new day with you, brand new hour, and we thank you for being a part of it. Willamette could spend it any time today. Bible study live today at noon Central with Rick. Also, Buffalo Wild Wings will be presenting another check. This time to last month's charity, the Wings of Hope Pediatric Foundation. It's about a $3,300 check that they'll be presenting them. That'll be happening a little bit later this morning. We'll announce also the charity for this month, because next Monday, the 24th, is this month's charity charge. You know what that means, too. Alex with Buffalo Wild Wings will be dropping by food for the staff today, so everybody will be a little bit giddy, hopping around, skipping around, because we'll have delicious food from Buffalo Wild Wings here in studio today. It's be honest with you, it's quite a week for food being brought to us, guys. Yesterday it was Moultrie. Today it's Buffalo Wild Wings. Tomorrow Dr. Dudden will be dropping by, and you know he always brings a dish. So we've got food every day just about it this week being brought to us, which we haven't had. So as we get started for this hour, Eddie Van Adler, he's got TV rolling. He's here. To my right, it's Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all? Y'all good? Everybody good?
Yeah.
Fire it up. Fire it up.
Here we go.
Ready to go. Zipped up, ready to go. I'm talking about all the way to the Adam's apple.
Speaking of zipped, and I don't even know if I should talk about this, but I've noticed the last 3 days, my pants are unzipped, and y'all ain't said anything about it. And there's a couple things.
That should
be
comforting to you.
One, okay, I don't have anybody telling me this. And two, why am I not zipping up my pants?
Yeah.
I'll make a run like that every now and then.
It's been I know it's been 2 days. It may have been 3.
I came home
Not
yesterday.
All day.
I got home yesterday, and my barn door was open.
I don't get it.
I don't know how. I remember I went to go get Terry's tires rotated, and I used the restroom before I left. I guess I just walked, got my keys, and walked out.
I don't know what to do. I guess as we get older, for some reason.
Now,
would I let you walk
thing?
around that way? Yeah,
I know you would,
but I haven't noticed.
See, yeah. When we're different, I would tell you,
Oh, no,
and so I don't.
I would actually ask you to go out and get something. Go ask somebody something.
Go pick up with a breakfast with it.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, like that. That's
it's just happening more often, and I don't know what's going on. Just not. I don't know if I'm rushing it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm forgetting.
You're just skipping a step.
I mean, and it's a pretty big step.
It is
pretty key.
Would you rather have to tell somebody that they got, got a little something in their nose that's hanging there, and when they breathe it wiggles and stuff, like it's a nice one? Would you rather tell them that, or that their zippers down?
I think the nose, just because in any situation,
Both uncomfortable,
but at least I'm not looking in that area with the nose.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I don't know who this person was. He looked familiar, but I don't know his name. But he saved me a couple of weeks ago. We had a wedding to go to, and to see y'all. I mean, you don't understand. He ran over to me and saved me, and I just looked at him like, wow. So are you a superhero? Who are you? Because he cared enough to come running over to me. Apparently, I had gone to the restroom. And when I tucked my shirt in, I didn't realize it, but I tucked the back of my jacket into my pants.
Oh, he's walking around with his jacket.
and the front of
I'd have let you go and then step back and watch.
I know you would have.
See people go.
I know you would have. But so to the front.
So you had your jacket.
Yeah, to the front, everything
looked
looked normal.
Oh,
but on the
great.
back, I had it tucked in, and I didn't even catch
good.
it. And he ran over, and he just pulled it out. And he didn't even say a word. He pulled it out, looked at me. I went, oh, my gosh, thank you so much. He said,
How many people did you encounter?
He just looked at me with his eyes like, I got you.
Oh.
How many people did you encounter before he did that didn't save you?
I was walking in to the room, and no one was behind me. And so maybe one or two people saw it, but I don't know if they focused in on it. Now, when he ran over and pulled the back of it out, a couple of people might have seen it, but he caught me before I really got embarrassed by it. Because I'm talking about he was tucked in good too, Greg.
That's a good person too, not to even really make
that?
A big deal out of it. Didn't even
why.
say anything, just did it.
Yeah, he didn't go. Hey man, this is going on. He just pulled it out, looked at me like, I got you.
Yeah.
Oh,
little
my
buddy.
goodness.
It's a good
I got a
buddy.
little
Yeah.
buddy that
That's
helped
a good
me.
buddy. That's a good friend.
That's a good friend,
Yeah,
isn't
it
it?
is.
Look, I'm your friend, but I would have let you work the room.
Oh,
a
I
little
know
bit
you
with
would
that.
have. You'd have said, as a matter of fact, you probably would have gone, hey, watch this.
Greg,
watch
I
this,
think
watch
that's
this.
the opposite of friendship.
Is it?
Yeah.
It is.
I'd eventually said something.
Oh, man. All right, so we got a lot happening today. So, when I said Buffalo Wild Wings is bringing food, I know that always gets Greg a little giddy.
Yeah, that's right. I like it.
He tackles Alex as he's bringing the food in. I know, Helmsy, it's really a discussion you have with yourself. Do I dive in or not?
Well, it's a discussion I have in my stomach.
Right.
Whether or not he can handle it today.
Yeah, well, we all know what our stomach can handle, and you have a unique situation.
Well, the gallbladder's gone.
Gone.
When the
So-
gallbladder's gone, it's a whole different
Yeah.
ball game.
It really is. It's coin toss every time you eat. Well, I have an
this is-
idea this is going to mess me up, but I don't really know. And boy, it smells good, so I'm going in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost you have to decide, is it worth it? You know,
And you know what I think it probably is?
I'm going to say yes.
B-dubs is.
That's it. So we got that going on today, and then as I said a little bit later today, we have the Bible study live. Will and Meat could spin tomorrow. We have, tomorrow we're going to finally meet last year's winner of Fix Mama's Mouth, and she'll be in studio.
So this is
we'll see
last
that.
year winner. But
Yeah.
Have we announced this year's winner?
Yeah, we have announced this year's winner.
That's right. That was the
And
off week.
and then midnight we've announced.
And we're going
this
to have
one-
her on this time next year.
No, hopefully not. Hopefully not. COVID messed a lot of things up in 2020, and that was one of them.
Standing now.
I'm standing.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand up. But so we'll have her in tomorrow.
Checking my fly.
Okay.
So it's going to be one of those days.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
it needs to be.
Story from the house. Just you gotta ask y'all a question about it too.
Okay.
As we come back, and we'll see if we can't get Greg some coffee so he can act right.
What if you had a button fly on? Would it make you think about it more?
You would. It would.
It's not as easy to fix. So.
Rick and Bubba,
No.
Rick and Bubba.
That's right. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. Leaning up on 21 minutes past the hour. Busy show on tap today. We have Buffalo Wild Wings with us today. They'll be giving the staff some food, which we love. Also presenting a check to last month's charity charge. Also, we've got this coming Monday, another charity charge. So we got a lot going on today, plus Bible study live today at noon Central. And don't forget, Willamette could spin at any time. That means Greg on the drums. All right, as we roll on back. So yesterday, we have a lot happening. I mean, Terry and I were laughing yesterday because at any moment during the day, we could be on some group text with one of our kids, and we got 3 different discussions or handles going on at the same time. Those of you that have one child, hey, I love you. And, you are a parent, just barely, though.
Barely.
I mean, just barely. And for some of you that have just started, like the Adlers, I mean, y'all are just starting, so I'll give you a pass. But I'm talking about, like, grown. Like, hey, we're teenagers. We're around 10 years old, and I've only got one. Man, when you've got multiple kids, it is, hey, it's a full court press, man. You're just trying to survive. Because there's just always some kind of handle or something going on. So yesterday,
if it wasn't for the biblical standard that we all go by, I'd give half of mine away.
I mean,
serious business. I wouldn't have them anymore.
We got, and they're different. They're different levels because they're all at different parts of their life. You know what I mean? You got different things going on, and so anyway, yesterday, Reese says, "Hey, after morning workouts, I've been asked to go help move a jacuzzi."
All right.
That one of his friend's parents have bought on Facebook Marketplace.
Just bought somebody's dirty old jacuzzi.
Apparently so. And I'm like,
I'm scared of jacuzzis.
I am too.
I know. And I'm like, and I get this in the text. It's like during the show. Almost like, hey, is this good? Doesn't say where he's going, nothing. Just, hey, going to, and so we think it's kind of local. It's close by. And he's taken him just to kind of set the scene here. Big, strong kids, couple of offensive linemen for the football team, big tight end. I'm talking about not hey, we're taking some muscle and we're going to move this thing.
Okay.
4 of them, all right? So I'm like, okay, that's fine. Hey, thanks for letting me know. Y'all be careful. Well, then Terry says in a text message, where the heck is Reese? And I'm like, what? So I look on Life 360 and I'm like, is he hunting at Bubba's in Rockford?
Yeah.
Where is he? It looks like he's. Have you ever checked and it just there's woods all around wherever the person you're checking on is, and you're like, they're in the middle of nowhere. Where are they? So I zoom in. Oh, there's a house there. Oh wow! So must be where he is.
We couldn't find a jacuzzi in Inverness.
Hour and 25 minutes away.
Goodness
one way.
Gracious.
I'm like, good gracious.
Got to be a jacuzzi between here and there.
So then he starts to send me snap pictures of like the handle they're in, and he's like, Dad, you have no idea how heavy this thing is. It looks like it's halfway on the trailer. They've had to take 2 sides off for it to fit. And he said it's a mess. They had been there an hour and some change, still trying to load it up. And they underestimated how heavy this thing was, is what it was. And so they're sitting there trying to muscle it up, to the point where they've tied ratchet straps to the truck and tried to pull it onto the trailer. I mean, that's how heavy this thing is. It's barely budging, and they think, well, we're just going to have to leave this thing. What do we do? It's halfway on the trailer, so that means we're going to have to leave the trailer we brought too.
Oh my goodness!
And then all of a sudden, and this is what I have to ask you, all of a sudden this guy appears, and Reese said it's almost like he appeared out of nowhere, like he just walked out of the woods.
Ain't you call an angel?
I think so. I think it was
you boys having a little trouble.
I think it was a red-headed, stocky angel, is what Reese says. So. He turns around.
Stocky angel.
He turns.
I've seen a lot of those.
He turns around, and the guy goes, "Hey, what y'all doing?" And I'm like, "Is this Gary?" And he goes, "Y'all messing that thing up." And the guy's like, "Man, this is real heavy." And he walks around and kind of looks at it, and Reese still doesn't know where this guy came from. He just walked up.
He just appeared,
and he said, I tell you what you need to do. And this guy by himself picked up one side and pushed that thing in all the way up to the trailer, to like the front of the trailer.
Did he not go, y'all give me a hand here?
He didn't need a hand. And Reese and the guys are going, how did you just do that? I mean, they have 4 strong young men that are trying to move this thing, and it wouldn't budge.
They're not stocky angels, though.
That's right, stocky red.
He said, I like stocky red.
Stocky red angel.
That ought to do it. And I'm like,
Dad, I'm stocky red.
He said, y'all about broke this thing.
You got him sounding like that.
Okay, I don't know. That's
because you weren't there.
Right.
Yeah,
But you got him in that voice.
So the guys have,
stocky red.
According to Reese, who now they call Reese Poo because of Terry, and he appreciates that.
Yeah, thanks.
Because Terry made the mistake of calling him Reese Poo in front of them, and they looked at him like, you just gave us $1 million.
I'm gonna call you Speedy Poo.
Okay. They have a running joke of, hey, you know who his dad is? Because I don't know. Reese said something went back to
because you're a pretty big deal.
No, but
I think so.
They do that on all the dads.
Oh, well,
it just depends on who it is.
Who's up?
Right, and so they're like, man, we needed you. They're talking to Stocky Red. So
that can't pick it up, but Stocky Red picks it up by itself.
He said, Dad, you don't understand.
I mean, what did he do different?
Now,
he goes, y'all tearing it up. What did he do different?
Well, now you got to understand something. They're young, 17, 18 years old.
Probably not working very smart.
Yeah,
maybe that's it.
Probably when it comes to the balance of it, and I even asked Reese that. I said, "Were y'all, angles and using gravity to your advantage and all that? Were you doing that?" Oh, yes, sir. And I'm thinking, well, were they? And I don't know because I wasn't there. Yeah. And but Stocky Red apparently saw something going on. And the guys said, "My goodness, thank you." And he was actually a really nice guy.
And also, look, he was gone.
Yeah, no. And Stocky Red was gone. He went back
into the woods.
And the guys looked at him and said, "Hey, thank you so much. You know who his dad is?" But that's the running joke.
Yeah.
And and Reese was like, guys, and they're like, who is, and then Stocky Red was like, well, who is it? And he said, oh, it's Speedy with Rick and Bubba. Oh my gosh, I love the kickoff hour. I love the main show. He's a truck driver. He goes that's out there just working his butt off, and he just happened to be off yesterday.
See, he knows how to load
and walked up the road. He lived down the street.
He knows how to load.
He walked up the road, saw something going on, and said, "Hey, I'm here to help." And and of course he starts messing with the guys.
Boys work smart, boys. He had to show them how to work smart.
Yeah. And he starts messing with the boys, and he's like, "Look, I sit there in the truck all day, and then I get up, walk around the truck, make sure it's okay. I hadn't worked out in years, and I'm pushing this thing around. This thing ain't heavy." And they're all just dying, and just sweaty. Been there an hour and a half.
Did they ask you if he could ride home with them to unload it?
Really?
Okay, I'm sorry. It's an hour and a half from here. Can you come with us?
So then the guy said, "Hey, since I helped y'all got to give me a ride home." And so he jumped on the trailer. He jumped on the back of the trailer, and he just lived.
How did he get there?
He lived up the road. He just didn't want to walk back. But apparently he walked up, and they didn't even see him walk up. He just appeared out of nowhere. And I asked him, I said, was he a stocky red angel? Because, I mean, the way he helped them, they might still be there trying to load that thing. That thing was it was like halfway on. The trailer was
then they had to go get it off.
That's a lot of trouble for a jacuzzi.
I know.
Somebody broke wind in. That's all I can think of.
I know.
Adler, that's
Best
exactly what he looked
scenario,
like.
Greg.
That's exactly Adler's showing him right now. There he is. Stocky red angel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rolling back 25 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour live. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big, the number. You know, we haven't done unscreened phone calls in forever.
No.
So if you want in, holler at us. 866 We Be Big. I got this for you, Greg. Look at me.
Hey, little thing.
As we roll back, Buffalo Wild Wings bringing some food today, boys. Also, we'll present last month's check to last month's charity for the charity charge. It's the Wings of Hope Pediatric Foundation. Tanya Willingham will be with us and receive that check from Tim Spencer and Buffalo Wild Wings. And then Monday, we've got another charity charge benefiting Refuel Ministries, and we'll tell you about them and promote that coming up. That is this coming Monday. Participating Buffalo Wild Wings will give 10% of food sales to the charity each month. And this month it's Refuel Ministry, so be standing by for that. The staff excited, if we would just be honest, that there's food coming.
Oh, yeah.
And Alex with Buffalo Wild Wings runs that up, and we appreciate him doing that. All right, so we've got a lot here, guys. I mean, a lot. Oh, don't forget, too, Bible study live today at noon, and we'll meet. Greg's begging for it today. We might do that today. I'm not really sure. This one here is a little strange. Do you know what today is? If you're listening live, May 19th. Do you know what today's day is?
No. Here we go.
Yes.
I don't even know where to start.
Okay.
Pickle day.
What's that?
Pickle day.
Okay, you went there.
Well,
interesting.
We haven't had that yet.
Not that we know of. I can't remember.
What made you say that?
I don't know. I just thought about.
He likes
off
pickles.
The wall.
I like pickles too.
He does. He thinks about pickles a lot.
Pickles. Yeah.
It is.
I had a couple of good pickles yesterday on a sandwich. I didn't know they were there, and it was a club sandwich, and there were pickles on it, and it just made the experience that much better.
How do you feel about sweet pickles?
Love them.
Yeah, butter.
Love
them.
Yeah.
Butter, nut, something. I don't know.
Love sweet pickles.
I do too. I got to be in the mood for them.
Yeah,
but I like them.
Yeah.
On my sandwich, I kind of want.
I just
sour
want
pickles.
That's me. Yeah.
But a sweet pickle, I can take a fork and just eat them out of the
Put
jar.
them on a Ritz cracker. You got
Oh yeah, Mr. Buddy.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Sorry, I didn't interrupt. We didn't mean to interrupt the day talking about pickles.
It's World IBD Day. Do you know what that stands for?
No.
IBD.
I know what IBS stands for. IBD.
On the same lines. Yeah. It's National, or actually World Inflammatory Bowel Disease Day.
Wait a minute.
Good night.
That sounds like a joyous day.
Mm-hmm.
I thought like days were supposed to be like uplifting or.
I did too. What is?
But I suddenly Donut Day sounds better. You know.
Right. Yeah.
Pickle Day.
Pickle Day.
Pickle.
Let's stay with that. Let's don't go with that. So it's IBS Day.
No,
it's Inflammatory Bowel Disease Day.
Okay. Well,
IBD.
But I guess awareness is what they're
Sure.
saying.
Is that what it is?
Usually
Yeah,
when
they've
these
got a
days,
PSA
it's
and
like a
everything.
celebration, but evidently this doesn't fall under it. Of course, some of the commercials we have running the break will fit right in on this day. You know, B&B.
It's been observed on this day since 2010, just so you know.
Wow.
Just wanted to give you all that.
Well, I mean, do we have like any special parties we go to?
No. And Adler, you don't have to show some of this. He's really wanting us to study that.
I saw him.
I was really hoping you were talking about investors business daily. About this.
Man, thanks, Speedy.
Well,
That makes me feel weird.
I just wanted to give you
So
that.
what, are you supposed to go to the can? I mean, what are you supposed to do today?
Well, I think it's
Have you a good movement?
It's
In
more
honor
on
of it.
the lines of what Greg said.
Isn't it weird though?
Observing today.
Isn't it weird though that this is the day and Buffalo Wild Wings are coming and it'll tear my stomach up? Isn't that weird? The
Well, you ought to be able to
coincidence?
celebrate it.
Yeah.
So
it's not
it's
gonna
a serious
stop me, though.
thing, guys.
Yeah.
I just don't get the day being the day of it.
Is this where you try to make up for any comments?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I thought it was. You got to admit, it was a little awkward.
Changing
It
the
is.
subject quickly, did you see where we had another no-no in Major League Baseball?
Turnbull. I did
Yeah.
see
You
that.
no.
Tigers.
The Detroit Tigers, first one since 2011 for the Tigers when Verlander threw it. He threw it against the Mariners last night. And so anyway, there's
we've
been
had
quite
five.
a few.
I think we've had five
Right.
this season.
And let me ask you this, because this has been a discussion, because one of them, I think maybe
Well,
more.
ain't no big deal.
But one of the no-hitters was thrown in their new, if there's a doubleheader, we only play 7 innings.
Oh, really?
Do you consider that a no-hitter?
I do, because that's when they started the game. That was the rules. So yes,
Got an asterisk beside it.
Okay. Got an asterisk beside it?
Yeah. It's got to. You don't think you don't agree?
Well, no. To Helmsy's point, they can only play however many innings that are on the schedule.
That, but still, I think there should be just a little asterisk.
Some are arguing what you said, Greg, and that is a lot can happen in the 8th and 9th.
Yeah.
And
a lot,
pitch count.
That's
and
normally
everything.
when it goes to
right.
Yeah.
And so we definitely need an asterisk beside it. But to the pitcher's defense, I mean, he can only throw however many innings are in a game. So
yeah, that's fine, but a little check mark.
Now, last night that was not the case.
No,
He
117.
we say he throws a 7-inning no hitter.
Yeah, 117 pitches for Turnbull last night. And that's another point when you talk about 7 innings. Probably not going to get to a point where you have to throw that many pitches. And a lot of times, whether it's no hit or not, you early in the season like that, you question leaving them in there.
Yeah,
I've actually changed my mind. I think that if it's a 7-inning, it doesn't count.
Doesn't count at all.
At all. I just changed my mind on it.
Okay, so no asterisk or anything.
Nothing,
it just doesn't even count. Wow, you're brutal.
Well, just saying.
Hey, I don't know what's going on.
Or it's a kind of a no-hitter. Say that. He threw a kind of a no-hitter.
So if Major League Baseball changed, and I would be okay with this, turned every game into a 7-inning game, would it then start counting for you?
No.
So you wouldn't
They
have
would
any
do away
more
with the term. They'd have to come up with another term.
So no more no hitters if they were to do this.
Well, we call them 7-inning no-hitters.
Okay.
Or
but there's no more 9-inning games, Greg. It's only 7 innings.
yeah, that's come with a different term.
Different one.
Yeah.
All right, so I don't know what's going on when
Would you rather throw a no hitter or go 3 for or hit for the cycle?
Oh, I'm hitting the cycle.
Speedy.
I'll take cycle.
Is it 7 or 9 innings? Because if it's 7, I don't even care enough about it.
Yeah,
It's 9.
No big deal.
9 innings. You hit for the cycle, and the home run is a grand slam.
okay, yeah, I'm going there.
yeah.
I'm going there for sure.
All right, what if I say this? All right, time
out.
out. No grand slam, but it's a perfect game instead of no hitter.
I'm going perfect game.
I didn't know that would change you. Does it change you, Greg?
No, I'm still hitting.
No
You're
walk.
still hitting
You
for the
talking about
cycle?
no walks, no errors,
Perfect
nothing,
game.
just
Correct.
perfect. Yeah.
You are perfect through 9.
9.
Yeah.
That
I'm
helps.
going there,
That's pretty special,
Yeah.
by the way. It's
That's
pretty hard to
pretty
do.
tough.
and I want to jump up and the catcher catch me.
Yeah.
And then we just kind of run
That's
around.
what
a little
Turnbull
bit.
did last night.
And then everybody else comes and
Turnbull
knocks us
jumped
over.
in the arms of the catcher
Yeah.
last night.
Well, you know when Billy Chappell threw that one on his last
Love
game.
that
Right.
movie.
I mean, see, if that would have been a 7-inning game, his arm wouldn't hurt near as bad as it did. Remember at the end when he's trying to talk his way through it? If that had been 7, that wouldn't have been no big deal.
All right, so
he might have stayed and played instead of quitting.
By the way, she's no longer alive.
That's right.
I know. We've had this for, I guess, the last couple of days. I was actually showing the family a little bit of it. Did you know that there's been a lot of fights in the stands at these Major League Baseball games?
Did
it's
not.
like for some reason it's on the uptick. It's like
really?
people can't act right.
Well, I guess last year they're just frustrated and they finally get to be there and they don't. They're they're either they're jumping off in them $9 tall boys.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Some of them are mad that they're only playing 7 games in some of the games.
Yeah, 7 innings, you mean.
7 innings, yeah. That too.
Yeah.
That's the kid that got
what
hit,
they're
Greg.
fighting
That's
about.
rough.
That's
the one that got hit by a pitch.
I think I just skipped
Kevin
that press
Pillar,
conference.
we're hopping around here. That was from the
I just
other
looked up
night.
and he's got toilet paper shoved up his nose.
Well, Greg, he was hit by a 95-mile-per-hour fastball in the face.
He has multiple nasal fractures as he was hit by that pitch in the Braves game the other night, and he's speaking about it. But
you know, that was one of the few times I saw, almost like, you know how it is, the unspoken rules of baseball. You could tell the pitcher was visibly upset.
Oh, yeah. It just got
normally
away
they
from him.
stone face it. Even though they didn't mean to do it, they don't let on. But you could tell he was upset.
He turned away and was like, good gosh, you kidding me? That's tough right there. But back to the fighting. Someone captured, I guess it was a Padres game, where there's 2 people and they're kind of mouthing back and forth, and this one guy walks down the aisle and punches the other dude, and he knocks him out so quickly he falls over the chairs. And I just wanted to see y'all watch this. And he is out.
I wonder what oh my goodness.
He is gone. And they've deleted some of the other angles that were out there. This is a TikTok
at least
that was
get your
sent.
hand up. He had no idea that guy was going to hit him because he did not put a hand up or nothing.
There's another view that's extremely impressive because there's a guy that's sitting beside him, and he runs down his row and jumps the seats onto hit the guy that punched him's row, and starts to fight him. And then another guy comes up behind him and starts to fight him. But did you see how quick that guy went out? I'm talking about lights out.
Hit him right on the
lights out. Did you see him fold over that chair?
He's out.
Gone.
Man.
I'd sent it to my boys, and I said, remember, if you're ever mouthing off somebody, be ready.
At a baseball game, what do you think was such a big deal that it came to that?
Surely.
What can me and you have a problem about that comes to the point as grown men that somebody punches somebody and knocks him over the seat?
I don't know. Probably about their teams.
Something important like that.
Yeah.
Do you think he said, hey, you're a grown man wearing a jersey, and he got mad about it?
Could have been.
Possibly.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think it had anything to do with baseball?
I don't know. See, I think that's interesting. Is it about the game, or did he hit on his girlfriend or something?
I know, because they weren't sitting close to each other. Some of the video that you see, he walks all the way down the road.
How would they even have a confrontation?
Yeah. I mean, guys, he hits him so hard he just folds over that chair. He is out.
You could have counted to 100 over him.
Yeah. He is out.
And not sure what to do next because he's knocked the guy out.
Yeah, well,
because he didn't think it was going to go like that either.
No, you're right.
He was ready to fight.
The guy that hit,
get in a full blown fight, and he's like, "Well, what do I do now? This guy's
got a glass jaw.
Seriously, serious in trouble."
After he stands there, everybody converges on him, and they start
beating him up.
Yeah, but he's kind of defending himself pretty good.
Those guys pretty good.
Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show sponsored by Ancestry.com/Bubba. You know, guys, every time we do this, we talk about our family history and how we would like to know more. And right now, we're offering you, our audience, a free trial today at Ancestry.com/Bubba. Ancestry.com/Bubba helps you search billions of records to learn about the people who you come from and the lives they led and the common grounds you might have with them. And so check it out right now at Ancestry.com/Bubba and see things like their actual signature on a military record as they signed up to fight for our country. There's so many examples. Ancestry.com/Bubba is where you want to go. And right now you can start a free trial today. That's Ancestry.com/Bubba. Just for being an audience member, both, either TV or radio. It applies to all of you. Ancestry.com/Bubba is where you go. Start your free trial today. Go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We could do some unscreened phone calls if we look over there and see them flashing. Greg's kind of waking up a little bit. He's on his second cup of coffee. He is fired up.
Found an article here. It's interesting. Crunching numbers. People trying to recover from the pandemic.
Yeah.
A lot of countries are opening back up,
Serious,
slowly
Greg.
trying to get there.
Right.
Well, according to findings of a financial firm, pubs in the United Kingdom will have to sell about 124 pints of beer per person to recover the money they lost.
It always goes back to that with you. All the COVID stories out there, and this is the one you went with.
Hey, you know how much they lost? $36 billion. They got to recover $36 billion. Now, they also said people who don't drink have an option. Each adult buying about 976 bags of chips will help cover it.
Okay.
To go, if you don't want to buy any of the 124 pints of beer per person, that's per person. $36 billion.
So if we all want to do our part to turn things around, according to them, this is what you got to do.
Yeah. They're just saying to recoup the cost of that industry over there. Just saying. How you like that?
That's pretty good.
Laugh at that. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah. Go ahead and take a sip, buddy. It's okay. Okay, there we go.
The numbers are based on the amount of money the food and beverage industry lost compared to the average cost of a pint. That's where we get this number.
Yeah.
So, Speedy, go ahead and start on you 124.
And get it going.
Get her going. I wonder how many cups of coffee will help.
I don't know.
I'm tearing one up right now.
Boy, let me say, you are getting after it. Fired up, which is good for everybody else, Yeah. So last night, tell me if your wife ever does this, and it's cruel is what it is, but I understand it's good time management on their part. She started making some dessert last night, and it was a mixture of it smelled like brownies and then something else, and the house is smelling like.
Ooh, I love brownie smell.
It's like somebody's making a cake or cookies or brownies.
Brownies will come wafting through the house.
And then she says,
because they're good when they're
don't anybody touch this. This is for tomorrow night.
No.
And the entire
they're better when they're hot.
Right. And the entire family was like, no. You can't do that.
Cookies, brownies, anything coming out of that oven like that.
Yeah.
Jump on it.
So tonight we're supposed to have, some folks over and have dinner, and she was making.
I'm entertaining people. I was just checking.
And so she was making some dessert, and she knew, but hey, by the time I get home from work, whatever, I'm going to be. So
who went in there and who cut a corner off of it?
I didn't check, but she put it in the refrigerator, and she looked, and she was serious, Terry, too. Do not touch this. And JC just got home from school, so now we got JC and Reese in the house, and they were both like, "Hey, you can't say that. You can't do that."
Just a little bit. Just give me a little sample.
And I was thinking to myself, we're not going to eat all that tomorrow night. Why not let them have some?
Why don't you do it and blame it on the kids? You could have done it. Said, boys, that'd been something like that.
Yeah. I think I could tell JC was going in, but I didn't check this morning to see because as I've told them, guys, if you get in trouble, I'm in trouble. Because then she's going to look at me and go, you just going to let them do that?
I guess you can
so
heat
please
it up
don't do that.
What
please.
Amanda?
You can heat it up in the microwave tonight if you want it back hot.
Yeah. Amanda knows she has lost this battle so many times with us and making something for the day before, so she just makes 2 batches.
Could you act like you didn't hear her say that and go, why didn't you hear
No, it was pretty obvious. It was pretty obvious. I mean, I could do that because
that's my first move. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, well,
what?
I could do that. That's her go-to a lot.
I didn't know.
So maybe I could just turn it back on her.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm going to tell you what's going to be hard is this afternoon.
Yeah, that's
Because when I get home and it's going to be an hour or two before she arrives, it's the late afternoon.
You're going to stare
hunger.
at it.
Yeah, I'm just not going to open the refrigerator so I don't see it. It's out of sight, out of mind.
That's good.
Yeah, but boy, I fell asleep with the house still smelling like that.
That's a good smell.
Got hungry again. Is it? Do you like?
Why do they not? Do they have a brownie candle that you can light?
bet they do.
Yeah, they
I know
do.
they
They
got
do.
apple
They got stuff that smells just
Well,
like.
it'd be
stuff.
tough though if you had that and then didn't have brownies.
Yeah, that'd be just torturing yourself.
Yeah.
Speaking of
candle
torture,
wouldn't
I went
taste
to
very
bed hungry last night. I hate doing that.
do.
Stomach going.
Hate doing that. And we ate, but it was a little early because we were on senior citizen schedule, so we try to eat around 4:30 or 5.
Oh
if we
yeah,
can.
I'll eat 3.
Yeah, it just depends. And then this whole thing, and it's always in the back of my mind: don't eat 2 to 3 hours before you go to bed.
Just forget all that.
And but every now and then I can't help it. I'm so hungry, I've got to. And I went to bed last night, and I'm like, man, I'm starving. And it doesn't help any that the house smells the way it does. And I went to sleep, and luckily I was able to go to sleep because every now and
get
then
you
I'll
just
try to
one
go to
handful
sleep,
of chips.
and I just get up, and I'm like, I can't handle it.
I
I
had
got
a
to go get
giant bowl of Apple Jacks.
Yeah, cereal's always a good go-to in that
It was
situation.
good.
Are y'all the kind of people? Because I've actually got a
Unhealthy, but
friend that
good.
does this. If he wakes up in the middle of the night, he'll go to the fridge and eat something.
No, I don't do that.
Are you? Yeah.
I don't have that.
I really
I don't have that kind of energy for
No,
it.
I'm sleepy.
Yeah.
I know those people though.
Yeah.
They'll sit down in there, turn the one light on over the table, and eat.
Now there have been times where I can't go back to sleep.
Like ice cream or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
There's times when I can't go back to sleep, and my mind tells me if you'll go in there and get you a little milk, maybe a cookie, it'll
what
help
you
you go
say?
back to sleep. That's what I tell
Michael
myself.
can't sleep. You gotta
That's
get a
one
milk.
in every like 2 or 3
Is
months.
that your 2 o'clock tinkle thought?
That is.
Tell you what, I'm gonna get a milk and some cookie.
Hey, you just might as well go get you a little milk and a cookie or two.
Yeah.
Just got a good email about that last story. Said he probably punched him because he didn't agree with the 7-inning no hitter.
That's good.
That's a good email.
All right. But yeah, I just thought that was cruel. You can't, I mean, I understand what you're doing.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
thinking ahead so that when, it's tomorrow night, which is tonight, things are ready. But that was torture. Absolute torture. And the
I
boy,
just took one little spoon.
JC and Reese started screaming foul. Mom, you can't ask us to do that.
Did you look at it this morning to see if
No,
anybody
I
got
haven't.
in?
I haven't. I'll
Somebody
be in
might got
trouble.
in.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. We're glad you're here.
Without 'em,
We
brother.
got much to do and unpack on the program today. We're excited about that. This hour starts with a national anthem. Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Who's ready? Coming to you from Alabama. That's to the world. Well, that is our home state, but we go out through all modern technology to the world. On America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, streaming on the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app, 24/7 Rick and Bubba, including the live show every day. We're live and archived on YouTube. We are archived on podcast archives. You can get us in all the different ways through Pandora, Spotify, iHeartRadio. However you get the Rick and Bubba Show, we are thankful that you are here. Across the way, there he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver-Tongued One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of the little party we call Rick and Bubba. You got a front row seat?
Only the strong survive, baby. Let's go. Rick and Bubba family, you got to get ready. Let's all do it. Let's all do it. Somebody sing. Bubba, hey to you.
Hey.
All right, so I will start this hour. What have I done to my glasses? Hey, Rick, here's an idea, buddy. Look, either wear your glasses, all right, and when it's the time you don't need to wear them, they make cases. You've got probably 10 of them that you've laid everywhere. Take your glasses when you're not wearing them and put them in your case. Don't leave them laying around. Don't throw them in the truck, over in the cup holder.
Scratching.
You know, now you're scratching them up and making them. It's a big handle when you have to go drop them off for them to put new lenses in them.
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't you, Rick? What's it? I don't want to hassle with putting them in the thing. What do you like having to go by with scratch lenses? You're gonna have to decide which one you're gonna do. Okay.
Doesn't it seem like at this point in time we ought to have lens that you can't scratch up?
I know.
I mean, unless you put a drill on it. You know what I mean?
Well, y'all know, and we talk about our daddies and our granddaddies that used to say it. And Greg and I were huge examples of this. That frustrated granddaddy when you've broken something or you daddy, and they'd say, "I'll tell you one thing, y'all could tear up an anvil with a rubber hammer."
Yeah.
You know it?
Been there.
So I'm just a little rough on stuff. But anyway, so I was getting ready for the show actually yesterday, and it was back. Where was this month? When it was early in May that we had the chance to go to First Baptist Church in Cleveland, Tennessee, and do a big event out there. You remember that one that was like the food and faith and outdoors? And remember I was trying to figure out exactly what it was. It was this gigantic thing. They fed like thousands of people with wild caught salmon and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, their pastor Jordan Easley. I was getting ready for work yesterday, and because of where he is, he was out and rolling. He sends me this picture, and I want you to look at this picture from Egypt. So when you back out, look at these two people from First Baptist Cleveland, Tennessee. Now you may say, Rick, why do you want to show me a picture of two people from Cleveland, Tennessee, on two camels in Egypt with a pyramid behind them? And I'm gonna tell you why. Do you know what those camels' names are?
Oh,
no way!
It's got to be
Rick and Bubba.
How about that?
Really?
He actually said, "You're not going to believe this. We're here in Egypt, and they're bringing up the camels that we're to ride, and these two people are on two camels, and they're named in Egypt Rick and Bubba."
Really?
Wow.
Now, Bubba, how in the world?
Bubba looks a little stockier.
Right. Yeah.
That's something else.
Look, so
There's Bubba's nose.
Right. So his question was, apparently some of y'all's listeners or something got going with this guide about the Rick and Bubba show. He goes, because I understand.
I have a feeling I know where that came from.
Right, yeah, I do too. Probably the same one that put our bumper stickers all up and down the De La Rosa. But, so anyway, I just thought that was funny.
That is funny.
He said that was totally unexpected. I didn't see that one coming. So he said,
"Who would?"
Right. He said, he goes, when they told me these two were named Rick and Bubba, he said, I had to send you a picture of them. So they're there. So thank you, Jordan.
That is cool.
And for
Look
you.
at that.
Yeah.
That is funny.
Yeah. So,
Imagine being over there, just so far from.
Oh yeah.
And then all of a sudden, here comes Rick and Bubba.
Well, I mean,
the camels.
It's just like the people that tell us they were there in Israel, and all of a sudden, I'm not drunk. I'm listening to Rick and Bubba. Is
Suddenly, I have a tie to the ancient kings of Egypt.
Yeah, bright yellow bumper sticker.
Hey, Egypt's got some history, don't they? Huh?
Yeah.
Boy, you can't kick over a rock there. You don't find something that's 1,000 years old.
Of course, God shut them down, said they wouldn't be a world power anymore, and they haven't. But how about their kingdom was never the same after that. That was the.
Well, no.
If
you lose the labor force, it doesn't work well.
Right. And how about when God says something's done, it's done. And that's.
Then the Romans put the final twist on them.
Oh yeah.
You remember Cleopatra, right?
Oh sure. Are we even gonna open up the pyramid book today and get into all that?
Oh, listen, pyramids are very interesting to me.
I know you.
And are you wanting me to open that book?
No, because I know how you get to going on the pyramids.
Yeah.
But it is fascinating.
It's extremely fascinating.
Yeah.
Just where that pyramid sits, the shape that it's in, and the direction it's facing,
Right.
tells us that they knew a lot more than a lot of other people during that time.
Yeah, and then they get into where one of the big ones, the Great Pyramid,
Yeah.
and then there was all kinds of stuff tied with it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, some people think it even goes back to before the Egyptians. I mean,
Oh, I know.
Job was involved in it or something. I don't know.
And
You ever heard that one?
even sci-fi has
Here
had
he
fun
goes.
with it.
I knew we were going to get there.
What?
That's the movie.
I'm not gonna say it.
Where the people have them Egyptian half bodies and stuff. What was
Yeah,
it?
Stargate.
Yeah. I knew we were going to get there.
It was an interesting concept. I don't think it's anything true to
No,
it.
but it sure was interesting.
But the fact that they aligned that thing so that it does not cast a shadow on the
I know,
equinox.
I know.
And it's exactly north and south, east and west,
I know.
and it's square within dimensions that we don't even meet now in buildings.
I know. Let's just go back to our original word, fascinating.
Fascinating.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So let's run the list of things happening today. Charity charge update coming up. The Wings of Hope Pediatric Foundation getting their check today. And then we'll give you another opportunity to help out Refuel Ministries coming up on Monday, as we'll do another Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. So that'll be happening today on the program. Will of Meats in play. Could have that on the program today. Wednesday Bible study back. We continue. Now we're in session 20, Knowing God. This one today, it's all been very interesting from J.I. Packer. But today, and this is the thing that I admit sometimes it's difficult, this concept in Scripture that God's will, God has a will for each individual person. Are you in God's will? Are you living out God's plan for your life? Well, how do you know? So we'll talk about that in the Bible study today, live at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel, and then we archive it soon after, and then we put links out on all of our social media platforms. So that'll be happening today. New Life Chapel tonight, Man Church. They'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy, and they wanted me to inform all of you in the Huntsville, Decatur, Madison, Alabama area that they have 50 seats available still. So there's only 50 tickets that remain for tonight before they'll consider that to be full. It is a ticketed event. If you would like to get yours and be one of the last 50, you can do that by going to our link at rickandbubba.com under events, or you can take a chance that there'll still be some at the door this evening. So looking forward to being with all of you. Bubba, yesterday I had to go get my back looked at.
Yeah, how is the old back?
Looked at. You know, Bubba, and you and I have talked about this, and you and I spent a lot of time together yesterday, you know, doing business and hanging out. And so we're you know, God love us. We've been at it a while, buddy. You know it. We've been at it a while. And Bubba and I think not as much, we're not as delusional maybe as we once were, that we're still young. That delusion's being trampled pretty good.
Yeah.
But you know, the mirror's doing parts with it. But our bodies, we're getting. My mother warned me about this because my mom told me. She said, "I just want to warn you. As you get older, the medical field wants nothing to do with you because they realize that you're a losing prospect." And they realize that a lot of your problems are just the fact that you're getting old.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, there's something thrilling if you're a doctor for a young person to come in. You can kind of give them their quality of life back, and give them a future. But
hey, I'm feeling great.
But when some codge comes in, they're almost getting to the point going, well, what do you expect? Mm-hmm. You know, do you expect to feel great now? Yeah. And so
you've been through a lot.
Good night. Well, if you brought like we've talked about, if you brought your body in as a car, what do you think we'd give you for it?
Yeah.
The deflated moonwalk, go on.
Right. So that yesterday was
that's one of my favorites.
Yesterday was I had some hitching my giddy up, and I don't.
You didn't feel right.
Well, you know how it is, and now I'm to the point now, and I know we've talked about this, but I still think it even makes me chuckle every time. The older you get, the harder it is to identify. People want to ask you what's wrong and how it happened, and you don't know.
Yeah, it's a shame.
I mean,
it's a shame. I can't even describe what all hurts.
I know. So I walked in, and you know, I was going to get a little therapy yesterday, and you know, and immediately, you know, to me, when you get older, and I know all of you out there that are as old as us are older, okay, you're all laughing because you're like, yes, this is your life. You know what you live your life like, Greg? An episode of House. It's like you walk around and people want to come and say, "I'll tell you what I think's wrong with you." I mean, it's like everywhere you go,
everybody's got that.
Yes,
everybody.
Listen,
here's what you need to do, Rick. Here's what you need to do.
He got to laughing. The great Jeff Lopez yesterday, who's a physical therapist, and he literally got to laughing. I said, "You should have seen me yesterday." I said, "People were handing me pills. Adler's in there trying to stretch me. Speedy's trying to find it and push on it." And he just started laughing. He goes, "Please."
Bubba's saying eat ice cream.
Yeah.
Right.
So
if it'll help.
Bubba once again handed me a pack of peanut M&Ms
and a tamale.
He's saying you need to start eating healthier. So anyway, and he got to laughing. He goes, I know. He goes, just usually the best thing to do is until you see me is just disregard everything.
That's probably good advice.
Right. And that's
But I love
this is the thing. Adler's overstretch me and emotions. Don't stretch. You know, and I'm not.
Let it calm down.
Yeah, right.
Take this.
Yes, this is it. Inflammation. And he's like, we don't even know if this is tied to inflammation. He goes, and
I like the walk you had yesterday
Well,
because
yeah.
there's a walk you have if your
Oh,
lower
gosh.
back's
Yeah.
not feeling right.
Yeah.
There's a walk where you throw your shoulders back
Yeah, and you
you
turn
push your
like
chest
this.
out and you walk around like this.
Yeah, that was
'Cause
it.
you got to keep it in one.
Right.
You got to keep it.
Lock it down.
Yeah.
Well, what I had yesterday, and those of you with back problems, you'll know what I'm talking about. It was one of those situations where to be upright was the worst thing. If you could lay down and curl your knees up under you, you're fine. But life doesn't call for that much.
No,
People
Rick.
think it's weird when they come to ask you what you want for lunch and you're curled up under their table. They prefer to see you sitting in a chair. But
Where'd Burgess go?
well, the thing I had yesterday, standing up was the absolute worst. Sitting was bad, but not as awful as standing.
Okay.
And laying down was the ultimate. That's what you wanted to do, is just lay down. and life doesn't people don't. It's not accepted socially to lay down everywhere.
No,
I mean,
Rick, no, most places.
not unless you're in California.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right there on the sidewalk.
But and you know how, and he
Simi
was.
Valley
Let me
somewhere.
let me say this, and he was working me in, and hey, they busy, okay. So I had about an hour wait. So at one point, you know how you're sitting there, and some in their office manager.
Were you laying in the floor while you were?
Yeah, well, the office manager was out, so it was funny watching a bunch of physical therapists try to do the office part too.
Yeah.
They were all admitting they didn't know what they were doing.
Right.
And so
I'll just sign it.
Run to the front.
yeah. So I'm
5 more.
so finally I said, hey, just so y'all know, and I understand that y'all working me in, I appreciate that. I'm about to lay in the floor. Just so everybody knows. I don't want anybody to think something's wrong.
Is there an area y'all would
Right.
like me to go
If
to?
you'd get right in the front door and block the door,
Yeah.
that gets you
Rick,
on
they
back.
probably had you an area you could lay in. There's a lot of hurt people. In there.
Well,
Not your protest
but
or
you know how
something.
you have to be if you go across that line now you know where everybody's
that's
not
true.
ready. So anyway, I got that same thing yesterday that's starting to be more normal. Yeah, I got this, and I see what we got here. I'm gonna free this up a little bit and get you some relief, and I'm gonna put you in the human pretzel, and and I'm gonna tell you over and over again that I got you to quit, stop trying to help me. I said, I feel like you're gonna drop me. I ain't gonna drop you. And so anyway, he wads me up and all that, so it's over. And he goes, that's gonna give you where you can function. He said, but I gotta tell you, some of this is just deterioration. And I was like,
No, you
there
don't
it
want
is.
that. Not that
Hey,
word.
there it is. There it is.
Wore out, Rick. That's another word for wore out.
Well, here's the other thing. I love when they almost give up on you. So are you saying that I need to? What about the working out? Whatever. He goes, oh no, you can keep working out as long as you just listen to what your body's
Thought
saying.
you had something.
No, you know what that? No, you know what that's what he's saying is. It really matter now.
Right. Not to listen to your body.
Rick, they've tried to go from actually helping you to just letting you endure.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know what he
You've crossed that big bridge of health care.
You know what he didn't want to say. I don't know how to tell you is you're not injured. I mean, you're just because
Listen
I
to
told
your body when it
I
hurts.
told him that immediately. I said I don't have a moment for you where I go, oh my gosh. I said it just kind of deteriorated through the day, and as the day went on, it just got worse. There was no moment where I screamed, What the? It was just a long, ugly, deteriorating situation.
There it is, that word again.
Yeah.
I don't like that word.
I don't either.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. CandidCo.com/Bubba. You know what? I saw Helmsy checking this out. Helmsy, your teeth aren't crooked. I mean, you're fine. I mean, I know you won't go doing this anymore, but I mean, CandidCo.com/Bubba. Well, I know. I saw you go on the website looking at it, but you probably just get me some coffee. All right, so, but look, CandidCo.com/Bubba is look. If you're out there and you're thinking to yourself, I do need to have a little bit done here with my teeth, but I don't want to go through braces and I don't want to do all that. There is a solution, and man, people are loving this. CandidCo.com/Bubba, the clear, comfortable, removable, practically invisible aligners that help straighten your teeth. For example, we had a listener of the show had a wedding coming up. You want to look your best at your wedding. Went to CandidCo.com, started using these aligners, and said, you know what? I got to look at my wedding pictures, and my teeth look just like I like it, and I was glad I did it, and I was able to do it from home. But caution, Rick and Bubba caution flag. There are competitors to CandidCo.com/Bubba out there, but they just use general dentists. Dentists are great, and we love our general dentists, but they're not experts in tooth movement. That's not their thing. If you need braces, they don't do it. So why would you want them to do your aligners? You wouldn't want that. So at CandidCo.com/Bubba, they only work with orthodontists. And the same orthodontist who created your plan is with you from start to finish, and the average treatment lasts about 6 months, but you'll start seeing results way before that. Now, we can get you $75 off your starter kit just simply by being a fan of the show. CandidCo.com/Bubba. That's CandidCo.com/Bubba, code Bubba. And if you just want to really simplify the whole thing, just go to rickandbubba.com, find them under the sponsors, and just click that link right there. All right, so Bubba, it looks like every single day we're going to have.
Well, I told you we're seeing a pattern.
My goodness,
of more and more stuff come out.
That's a big deal.
Rick, if this had happened in 1980, it would have stopped traffic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we have a former president sit down and say, yeah, we got some things out there, we don't know what it is. I mean, confirmed all this stuff, even though we're seeing the footage ourselves.
Well, Bubba, you're making this point, and the comedian that I can never think of his name that's really funny that Helmsy has a connection to. I'll never get his name. I'll never get his name.
Tennessee kid.
You know what I wish? Yeah. I wish he would go back to the way things were in the 40s when somebody would have a name, and then whoever was the people who discovered you, they would change your name to something everybody could remember.
Right, right.
You know what I mean?
The handlers.
That's right. And
just call him the Tennessee Kid.
The Tennessee Kid. He said that 2020 was such. He did the funny bit that he actually liked 2020. Yeah. He said, "Look, in 2020, we confirm we have UFOs. And nobody cares."
Yeah.
He said, "It got us all so beat down." Somebody says, "By the way, even presidents are saying that we see UFOs. We've seen UFOs." People are like, "Yeah, whatever. Pandemic." But now we have Obama saying it.
Rick, I think very, very forthcoming about some of this. Now he was on the Late Show, and he said, and we'll hear him say it here. He said he was curious to learn about the U.S. government's UFO secrets when he came into office in 2008. He said, I was like, all right, is there a lab somewhere where we're keeping the alien specimens and spaceships? The answer was no. Well, you don't tell the Christmas help everything.
No.
You know what I mean?
But listen, here's this quote that's got us talking again this morning. Here it is.
The truth is that when I came into office, I asked, right? I was like, all right, is there the lab somewhere where we're keeping the alien specimens and spaceship? They did a little bit of research, and the answer was no. But what is true,
here it is,
and I'm actually being serious here, is that there's footage and records of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are. We can't explain how they moved, their trajectory. They did not have an easily explainable pattern.
He served 8, baby.
Yeah, he did.
Look,
he was in there for 8.
You would think the president would have access to everything, and I don't know. You would hope, and he's telling you right there that there are things, and this all started back with Trump when he went in. That a lot of folks wanted to know more about what the government knew about UFOs. Now they've renamed them, unidentified aerial phenomenons.
Wait a minute.
UAPs.
Don't be messing with the
we
name.
ain't gonna take that.
They did that.
They've been UFOs our whole life. Don't change it.
But the Department of Defense is supposed to release a report coming clean about everything they know.
Full
about
disclosure.
Unidentified aerial phenomenons, the sightings and the things that they know they've documented primarily by military personnel next month in June. And Rick, there's just been it's been that slow leak of information that just seems to keep picking up every day.
But you're all over this the other day when you said it. This is that thing, because the whole thing that we heard all these years was some of this stuff they didn't want to tell us because they didn't want anybody to panic.
Right.
So what they're doing now is, like Speedy said yesterday, the soft opening and the slow burn, and they're trying to get us prepared by throwing us out little tidbits as we work our way there.
They're cooking the frog a degree at a time.
That's right. Because they're like, okay, we told you about that. They don't need to freak out. I mean, President Obama just said he saw footage, and all presidents have things that we never could identify. And it goes back to the big theories that we said. Theory number 1, it's our stuff, and we do this and have done this in the past to see how the world reacts to it, so we kind of know, we can kind of counter that move or be prepared as we ease out things that we are working on. And it's our own stuff. That's 1. 2, it's other countries that are ahead of us with technology, and we're seeing their stuff. And then there's 3, and that is that this is from some other planet. And what I'm saying, I'm taking the spiritual ones out, where we've talked about that this is all a play in the spiritual realm, which I do believe a lot of the things that we've dealt with in the past, and people.
Some of it may be that.
Yeah. Because you can certainly see scripturally that the adversary has got to have some explanation if you're a rapture person.
Right.
And if all of a sudden the church is taken, however you think that's going to happen, pre-trib, mid-trib, post-trib, whatever, there has to be some way to explain away what just happened.
And go to a one-world government.
Yeah, and then there's the one.
That's the only way you'll ever get that done is an attack from outside.
Apparently, we're solving the problem of a one-world currency.
Right.
We're playing games with that now. But and guys, everybody, I heard the deal yesterday about Turkey reaching out to the Russians. I look, they're easy now. I mean, it's all. Well, here's what we know, and this is the thing. Back to the spiritual realm. Here, I guess I'm always confused by, if you have a biblical worldview, do you not believe these things are going to happen? I mean, I know we don't know when they're going to happen, but it's almost like people want it. It's almost like some people with a biblical worldview think they're never going to happen. Well, they're going to happen at some point. I mean, it may not be in our lifetime. I don't know that, but when you see these things, and Jesus said that, don't be surprised by birth pains. I told you birth pains were coming. Now you don't know when the baby's coming, but you should see birth pains. Aren't we getting closer to the return of Christ? And the end of this world, we're closer to now than we were when we were little boys. Can I just let y'all in on that?
Well, we're 2,000 years closer. We know,
right?
And look, it may be 3,000 years in the future. We don't know.
But back to which one of these theories out of this? We know the spiritual realms. That's a whole different realm that we're dealing with.
Rick, there's a theory when you do magic, you have to distract from the hand that's actually doing the work.
Correct.
And the fact that the former President Barack Obama said, I don't know, there was no lab, there was no spaceship. But this is what we do know. I think he's saying there is a lab and specimen.
Thanks for that.
See, I wasn't going there. Thank you, Bub.
Wow.
But think about that. He's giving you something, they're never going to give you 100% disclosure. That will never happen.
Thank you for that reality.
Now you're right, 100% right.
They may give you 40% to give you a meal to chew on, but they're going to hold the beat back, and you know that.
Yeah. Well,
but again, our government is pretty big and complicated. You would think the president would know everything going on, but I don't know that they know everything going on all the time.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, though. Greg, you called this one. I've noticed they do get a look on their face once they've been inside. They get that briefing, and they never look the same after that.
Well, I think there's a reason, too.
They're like shocked.
Do you know,
Hey.
you may not remember this, but
Worse than I thought.
do you know how
he aged in 2 days.
do you know how the world found out that we had stealth fighters?
Oh, yeah, we've talked about
Jimmy
that.
Carter blurted it out at a press conference.
Yeah.
It was not supposed to be released.
All goes back to Jimmy Carter.
Well, he did. I mean, that's factual. Now, there was rumors we had it, and there were some models out there already being made by the toy makers that were pretty close.
Yeah.
But nobody had ever said, yeah, we got one. We got one.
All right, I know y'all want to talk about this, so we'll take your phone calls when we come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's chat with you at 866 We Be Big. Harry Murdahl standing by right now, and lines are available. We got 10 of them. And if you were calling a moment ago and couldn't get in, apologies. We didn't have the phones covered yet, but we do now. 866 We Be Big. The Rick and Bubba intern program will be starting back a little in the summer, so maybe we'll be able to guard them a little more. But right now we're all doing double time, and Harry Murdahl's helping us out. And so 866 We Be Big. That means 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close, and then we move to the next caller.
Don't be mad at it.
I mean, don't get upset about it. So you can get in easily.
Alien things got you shook up.
Well,
man.
I just when presidents just keep on admitting it. I mean, it's almost like you keep saying, "Why don't they just admit it?" And now they're in sort of a way they're doing it. And I don't know what it all means. I tend though, Bubba, to think a little more scenario one. Because I believe that the world hates this country enough that if they thought they had advanced technology enough to win a war against us, they wouldn't just keep fiddling around about it.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you think they would use it?
Well, again, you have to go with what you know versus what you don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm not too sure that this is not stuff that we have that we're experimenting with our own people with. And you can't tell them or it doesn't work.
You want me to tell you about our show right now?
Because that has happened in the past. We know that is a fact. We know that.
No, because it's happened.
Right.
So we can say that one, yeah.
Right, yes, absolutely.
This show is just talked about a president that served 8 years.
I know.
8 years has talked about, we do have footage of things. Our government almost on a daily basis keeps saying, we got a bunch of stuff, we don't know what it is. I look on the first caller ready to go, topic, beach volleyball. Okay. Second topic, wants to sing the anniversary song. What's happened? There was a day that if you even mentioned aliens on this program, I mean, it
used to, if we wanted to talk about beach volleyball, somebody would call, want to talk about UFOs.
You know what? I think everybody's beat down on this old UFO thing because nothing ever comes of it.
No, you're right.
They're like, okay, we saw something else. We're going to talk about it, and we're going to play the music. Yeah. And then nothing's ever going to be discussed as far as, hey, we got factual information.
Yeah, you're right. It's one of those things where somebody says, okay, I've gone on the date so many times, you're never going to marry me, so I'm just not even worried about it anymore.
Yeah.
Can I point out one more curious fact about this?
Well, sure.
The Tic Tac stuff.
Sure.
Was it not, and y'all help me with this, was it not F-18 Super Hornets that were involved in those incidents?
I do not remember that. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think if you'll read and look, that may be the case. Mm-hmm. And that was pre-stealth, pre-Raptor type encounters. I don't know that the Raptors have had any encounters with these unidentified aerial phenomenon, which, why did they change it? That's so much harrer to say than UFO.
I'm sticking with UFO.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you remember when they tried to get us to change all the different levels of football in college, and we still call it Division I, 1AA, Division II, Division III. You know why? Because that was real easy to follow.
Yeah.
We'll go to Taylor in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Taylor, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I wanted to tell you about this yesterday, but I got hung up in that bluegill stuff. I went weekend before last. I went to Gulf Shores on vacation, and they had the NCAA beach volleyball championships going on. And I'm pleased to report that the integrity of women's beach volleyball is still intact. There were no men as far as I could see.
That's one sport you can tell right there. By the way, I did some research, believe it or not, when we were on vacation, because the question came up between Sherry and me because of the comments of Mr. and Mrs. Jenner while we were gone. And Sherry said, has Bruce Jenner had the full-blown operation? And I said, we've been back and forth. I did research on it, and the research comes back and says that he has not. So he's still
okay.
He couldn't play beach volleyball.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the women's division.
Gotcha.
But he, in all fairness to him, Shim is against biological males playing in sports. So I have to.
She is, yeah.
I have to comment on that.
Right.
Well, he has looked at it from both sides of the aisle.
Yes, he has. Yeah. Let's go to Harley in Alabama. Harley, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right. Watched a show on Netflix, Area 51 and Flying Saucers. The main character was Bob Lazar, and his story was basically he was hired to deconstruct a UFO or the technology rather. And I was just wondering if y'all thought that he was loony or if he's holding water, maybe a little bit of truth to it.
What was his credentials for being brought in to do this? Time out.
I'm sorry, it's been a while since I've watched it, but I do believe he was a physicist.
Wasn't there a song called Bob Lazar? No, I'm sorry, that was
Hal
Bizarre.
Bizarre.
That was Hal Bizarre.
Well, the fact that he would have been, he's a conspiracy theorist.
Who claims to have been hired.
Yeah.
I would think he was a loon.
I don't know, because if you were hired to do that, you would have very high security clearance, and you probably wouldn't be on a podcast talking about it.
Yeah,
and if you were that important and you're out talking about it, I have a feeling you'd have a terrible car accident.
Yeah, Harley, I think I think he's in that category of Greg saying he's just trying to be sharp.
Yeah,
and undoubtedly, no one gives him much credence, as you are saying, Bubba, because he's out there saying these things and no one's paying any attention to.
Yeah, right.
I mean, because what he's claiming is a really big deal.
Yeah,
if it was true.
And I would say if we had reversed engineered that, where is that technology? Where are we using it now? Where are we seeing it at?
Right.
The one thing that I don't go into it. Go ahead.
Thomas and Dothan, News Talk 1039.
You having a conversation with yourself?
Thomas, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I'm good. I used to play Sim City a lot, and whenever I was trying to build one close to the water, I would put down a desalinization plant, and that was good for a store in the game. But I was just wondering, is that feasible in real life still, or why do we not see more of those?
I don't have any idea what you're even talking about.
Distilled.
Did anybody
Thomas, say that one more time. I was trying to follow you, and I kind of got lost too.
Apparently, at one time there was such a thing as a desalinization plant that you could build close to the water, and it would literally clean the salt and other things out of it.
Yeah, they have them.
Water.
A lot of island nations have those now.
Right.
The Cayman Islands have one. I saw it, yes.
Well, I was just wondering, why that, the legislature was done for the time being, and I wonder why that never comes up, because it would be a boom for Mobile and Baldwin County for immediate needs, and then also to sell the water to Mississippi, Florida, and other states.
I don't. There's probably a distribution problem with that. After you have it, pumping water over long distances, I think might be a problem. Because you have to bury the lines or they freeze, and that digging a 6-foot ditch from here to somewhere that doesn't have water might be a difficult project.
Yeah, when you get down to these things, I understand what you would be thinking from a common sense standpoint, but I bet you it's an economic cost problem.
And the way you take salt out of water is you basically run it through a steel, and you get water and it leaves the salt.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, the results are in. 6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. Thank you for being with us today. We got a lot to do going forward. But we're going to update you on something that we really have been having a lot of fun with. Speedy's here, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and wow, it smells good in here.
You know why, don't you?
Uh-huh.
You know why, don't you, buddy? Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. And we are having a blast and helping out a lot of great organizations at the same time. We have Timmy Spencer standing by. Tim, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. Tim from Buffalo Wild Wings.
Thanks for having me back. I appreciate this.
Hey, let me tell you something, and your lighting looks fantastic. Hey, let's
He looks better on that. There you go. He's got that mood. He's got the mood setting.
When I first looked up, I thought you'd grown a full beard, but I see.
Buddy, fluorescents get me early in the morning. I'm not enough coffee in yet.
Well, how about it's great to be back with you again. We were on vacation last week, and we got a little energy, and we draw back like a flip. And we're going to really put our nose to the grind until we take a 4-day weekend next weekend. So, let's talk about what's going on with Buffalo Wild Wings. First of all, we're about to give a check. We have with you today Tanya Willingham. She's with the Wings of Hope Pediatric Foundation. Tanya, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Doing well. Thank you guys for having me on.
Well,
thank you.
Yeah, you guys do great work. So here's what we like to do before Tim announces the check and gives it to you from the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. Those that went and ate at the participating Buffalo Wild Wings and the food sales, 10% of that went to the Wings of Hope Pediatric Foundation. We always love to give you, the recipient, an opportunity to tell the audience what they're actually supporting in some detail, and then others who may want to come alongside what you're doing in other ways. So tell us about the Wings of Hope Pediatric Foundation.
Right. So the Wings of Hope Pediatric Foundation started in 2010, and we are a nonprofit organization that provides support to families that have terminally ill children. So we work closely with the social workers at Children's Hospital, and they will reach out to us and ask for assistance for the families that they're working on for children that have terminal diagnoses. So we will provide lawn care, meals, house cleaning, and then financial support to many of the families, because as you can imagine, when a child is diagnosed with a terminal diagnosis, your world is turned upside down. So you may have to stop work and your income stops coming in. So you start having other stresses like, how am I going to pay my bills? How am I going to do this and that? So one of the main things that we have been doing is providing financial support to families that have a terminally ill child. And that's all in Alabama.
Well, when I looked at this, Bubba, too, and I know different organizations operate different ways, but I know this one's really straightforward. Every single dime that all of you out there help raise, or if you want to donate, goes directly to helping the people that need it, because everyone there at the Wings of Hope are volunteers, right?
That is correct. So we operate on a volunteer basis so that all of the money that comes in can go directly to the families that we serve. And so far in 2021, we have helped 33 families, spending about $26,303. So it's a constant need for us to be able to provide for these families.
It is. I think sometimes we overlook and forget that when you are getting treatment, or you're displaced, or a lot of times you have to go to a city a long way from home to get treatment, and you're glad that treatment's available, but there's a lot of needs that have to be met, and there's a lot of things, behind the scenes. It really is a complicated time for the family when you really wish they could just focus on, getting their loved one well, and that's kind of where you're stepping in, and that's an amazing ministry that you do.
Thank you. We're just happy that we're able to provide this ministry. We hate that we have to, but it is a need. So we're happy that we're here and able to provide that.
So, Tim, you ready for the good news? Because listening to Tanya talk about this, this check is going to really help a lot of people.
Yeah, I think so. We had a good response. I've worked with Tanya before. They do a promotion in November with the police officers for a no shave November. I think Speedy's been in with it too. But this time, I mean, our guests came in, they supported this charity, and we're going to be able to cut a check for $3,300.
Oh, good
There you
deal.
go.
Good deal.
Awesome.
Well, Tanya, take that. You've made it very clear. It will be used to make an impact, and every dime will go to help these people. To, as you and Bubba just pointed out, look, they need to be focused on their child, and let you guys step in and the volunteers and take care of all the menial stuff that you never really think about until you're needing to focus on your child and things like, hey, who's going to cut our yard? Who's going to do this at the house? And as you said, when necessary, even helping with some income when they've been displaced. So thank you for the work that you've already done, Tanya. We're excited about how God's going to use you guys going forward. And again, we wish that you weren't needed, but you are, and we're glad that you're there to help in an area that is desperately needed. So continue success, and thank you so much for being on the show today.
Thank you for having me, and thank you guys for having us as part of your charity charge. We greatly appreciate it.
More than welcome. The Wings of Hope Pediatric Foundation, we have their link at rickandbubba.com in show notes today, too. Now, coming up on Monday, May the 24th, the participating Buffalo Wild Wings, and Tim, yours are Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Alabama, Tuscaloosa, Hoover on John Hawkins Parkway, downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, Trussville, there at Crossings Parkway, and Pell City on Vaughn Road. That's all in Alabama, so you can hit all those coming up this coming Monday. It'll be benefiting Refuel Ministries. They're a nonprofit, volunteer-based organization as well, and they respond in times of natural disaster, Bubba. This is something that you have a passion for, to cook and feed communities, storm victims, first responders, and they call it Refuel Ministries because they refuel the body, soul, and mind. It started after Hurricane Katrina when they were helping clear debris, and there were so many workers and storm victims that need what? They needed to eat. So they went in to help feed those not only that were displaced, but the people there that are trying to help.
Well, think about it. When you have a disaster hit, you have immediate needs like getting covers on roofs, getting trees cleared, getting power lines cleared, but you have people displaced. I mean, they still have to have dinner that night. And Darren Jarvis is a guy I've met this year. He is a super guy, and they can go in, and Rick, the amount of food they can cook is unbelievable. They can feed 2,000 people.
That's what you wanted to do.
I know.
And they're doing it.
He's doing it. I love him for doing it, man. It is great.
Well, they also, and I love that this is there too, they also are certified chaplains, and they're trained in group and individual crisis management. So they're also there for you to help you spiritually as they're helping you physically with these meals that are needed, as they just said. And they've been all over the country: New York, Oklahoma, Georgia, Alabama, Texas, Louisiana, North Carolina, Tennessee, Mississippi. So that will be the beneficiary of Monday's charity charge at all participating locations. So make a note to be there. Tim, thank you for the great food today. How's everything going overall with Buffalo Wild Wings?
Everything is good with Buffalo Wild Wings. I just thought we'd let you guys know it is official. We're going to come out where you guys are from. Tell Greg to get excited.
Are you
going to Oxford, Alabama?
Is that official?
That is official.
Oxford High School fight song. Buffalo Wild Wings coming to the Big O. So when will it happen, Tim?
Our attempt is to have that store open during football season this year.
Rick, they may need an old number 75 frame to go on the wall there.
Bubba, thank you for saying it so I didn't have to. Thank you for saying it so I didn't have to. You know what? I'm going to get you. I don't know what happened to my home 75, and I probably don't want to know, but I've got the on the road 75 hanging in the closet, so I can get you that.
I can probably scare you up a baseball uniform until you get to Jacksonville, and then we'll move it over there.
That's good. Well, that's great news. That's really good news. Yeah. So keep.
We're excited. We're excited. We're able to grow right now a little bit, and that store will come online with the charity charge as soon as it opens too.
Tim, for you guys to be moving forward, given the year we just had, is incredible.
It really, I'm telling you, Tim, I'm excited. Like you said, that'll be more money for these charities as well.
That's exactly right.
So
exactly.
All right, Tim, thanks a lot. Thanks for the great food again today. We're enjoying it here at the studio.
Thank y'all.
All right, so mark down another charity charge coming up on Monday, but also remember Buffalo Wild Wings, just when you need something to eat any day. We love what they do, and they're great supporters of what we do as well. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. I'm playing this beat right here for Reese and Kenley Morgan right now. You think Reese and Kenley aren't moving in there like that beat? That's Greg and I. That's our niece and nephew, the twins, Reese and Kenley Morgan, 12 years old today.
Wow.
12?
12.
12.
Go twins. Go twins. Woo! Go twins. Move it. So they're on the way to school today, and I cannot believe it was 12 years ago when I was actually watching Blake Burgess, Boomer, graduate from Vestavia Hills High School, and we got word that our sister was in labor with twins. And this is one of those moments where you're glad that your kid's last name starts with a B, because it was a big high school.
Yeah. If you'd have been a Smith, you'd never got there.
No, we'd never got there.
Because we went like the night before and ate ribs, remember? Like
I got a
little
memory.
dinner for Blake and all that.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember she was like she's about to pop.
Now she tore him ribs up.
She did. And then I guess them ribs may have pushed her into labor.
She's eating for 3.
You know?
Who wouldn't tear ribs up?
Hey, they might have pushed her right into labor.
I think that the ribs did it. So
wow, that's been 12 years.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I get, like I said, Taylor and Blake were seniors, graduating.
Yep, they were graduating that year. So Reese and Kenley, happy
Now they're
birthday
grown.
from Uncle Rick and Uncle Greg and all the guys here at the Rick and Bubba Show.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
12.
Hey, look at me, I'm 12.
Happy birthday to us.
So there you go.
Between your dancing and that voice, keep doing it.
I was feeling it.
All right, so and what? Let me tell you what happened just then. Reese, the boy, is like moving in the car and loving it. We have just mortified his sister, Kenley. Yeah. She's embarrassed of all of us. It's like,
why are they saying this? Why are they doing
yeah,
that?
No, that face all red right now.
Right. Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
Beat red.
Right.
Oh, hey, everybody got on JC about his hair yesterday.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all talk about me?
Oh, if you
I'm
bring
like,
up somebody on this show, people are learning. If you get talked about on this show, your whole day's ruined.
So he went back, he listened, he goes, oh, it's kind of cool till you talked about my hair.
Yeah.
I'm like, but it's a bunch of dads in here talking, son. It's okay.
Look, look, and last night I saw young Broderick who has a similar hair challenge, and I'm just like, son, have you just given up? Or you just, I mean,
yeah.
I don't even know what you're doing.
It almost makes you want to bring back the Bieber flip everybody had for a while.
Right.
You know?
Well, we started, we got the twins today, all this, and we've had all kinds of birthdays happening in May, but, young Broderick turns 20 on Sunday.
Good night.
And he said that it's like he thinks he's treating that like we treated turning 50. I'm like, what is your big?
Wow.
Because I don't know. I just always thought it was kind of cool that I felt like I was out there moving and shaking. I was still a teenager, 19. Now 20 just didn't feel like. And it was funny because his older brother, who's 30, says, "Tell Brody if he thinks that somehow, now going to 20 while he's working in the field of his choice, tell him to try me at 30 when the entire entertainment industry got shut down." And I'm excited that I got a raise at the gym where I'm a personal trainer. He said, "I'm sorry, I'm not going to be overly upset that he feels like now 20 is not as big, like he's gotten older now that
So the gym's handing out raises. That's good.
He said, yeah, and he said New York. He called me walking the streets of New York. He said it's opening up a little more here now, and I said, well, I saw Cuomo, so got a good book deal. And he said, he goes, but he said I just got a raise working there, and he goes, and I got 2 situations. One of them I can't talk about. I don't know why, but he does the 007 stuff sometimes. He goes, Dad, don't say anything about this.
Right. Well, in the entertainment world, you got to be quiet.
Okay. And then, but he had a couple opportunities.
You never would say anything.
No. And I told him I wouldn't tell Bubba.
He knows better not to say anything to y'all.
I know. Yeah, he did.
He's learned his lesson.
Yeah.
It'll be on the air in 10 minutes.
Yeah. So anyway, that's a lot going on with the birthdays. We got a lot. May's a very busy month. Taylor's birthday is in this month, and then Greg's son, and then we got Broderick, and we got the twins. So we got a lot going on, and this, of course, was also Bronner was born in May. So
that's right.
May's a big month for us in the Burgess family. So let's talk about. You were telling me, Bubba, this Tyson Fury deal.
Well, here's the thing. Dante Wilder has got me interested in boxing again, and it's been a long time since we have been interested in that. And we got storylines now. We got things going on. The last fight they had was very entertaining. Mm-hmm. But you have Tyson Fury,
right,
who's the big Brit, the king of the gypsies. Now, Greg stays up on him a whole lot more than I do.
Right, yeah.
But he defeated Dante in the last fight, and he was headed off, Rick, to what was going to be a record-setting fight. He tweeted that the heavyweight unification fight with Anthony Joshua was 100% on for August the 14th in Saudi Arabia. But hold the phone just a minute. An arbitrator ruled Monday that Fury must face Deontay Wilder in a rematch by September the 15th. Now, in their contract for their last big fight, the loser had the option to call for a rematch under certain conditions. Those were met. So, in granting Wilder's injunction, the former federal judge, Daniel Weinstein, declined to award Wilder, who initiated the action, any monetary damages, and allowed for the possibility that Fury and Wilder could agree to an extension. Such an extension would involve a hefty step-aside fee for Wilder, likely coming from the record-breaking $155 million site fee negotiated for the August 14th fight with Joshua in Saudi Arabia. So rumor has it that that Wilder had said, "I'll step aside and fight after that fight for $20 million." Fury has said there will be no payment of such, but we'll see. I mean, what do you do if you're Fury and you've got this fight set up? Are you going to put it off to fight Wilder? And if you lose, you may not be as attractive in that fight then?
No.
Or do you try to get that fight in, then go back and pick Wilder?
Look, if I'm going to fight Wilder, he's going to fight after I get paid for this one. And so it doesn't, because it won't matter if I get beat in this one. The Wilder fight, I know it's less attractive, but an arbitrator's already told me I have to do that no matter what. But I got to go get paid for this one, win, lose. But look, to your point, Bubba, the risk isn't if I fight Wilder before this fight, then I could lose and really mess that deal up.
Right. Yep.
Now, Fury shocked the world by dominating the formerly undefeated Wilder before his corner threw in the towel in the 7th round. After the fallout of that match, Wilder fired his longtime coach, former world champion Mark Breland. Wilder, thought to have one of the most powerful right hands in the history of the heavyweight division, also attributed his loss to the weight of his pre-fight costume and seemingly bizarre theories concerning Fury's gloves.
Yeah, I remember that.
His gloves were inspected by the Nevada State Athletic Commission. So anyway, we got some storylines going now. We got some. I mean, now it's getting interesting again. It's kind of back to the Muhammad Ali, Howard Cosell days where you got something going on.
Well, especially when Fury claims that he got beat because his costume was too heavy.
No, you mean Wilder.
Wilder. I'm sorry, Wilder.
Well, he did wear in quite an outfit. He looked like a transformer.
But I think I would put that under. You thought you were going to win it, and you thought you could goof off, a la Apollo Creed. You thought you could come here and put a show on, and you got it handed to you.
Yep. So now what does Fury do? How's he gonna make it happen?
Well, I'm gonna fight this big money one first.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Charles. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. SimplySafeBubba.com, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. SimplySafeBubba.com, the award-winning security system is engineered with the latest technology that you want and need to keep your family or team safe. You know what sets them apart? Highly trained security experts who are always there for you when you need them the most. These are the people who care about keeping you safe, and they're always there for you. It's their number one priority. When an alarm goes off, a person who cares is there with you with a phone call to make sure you're okay. An emergency happens. You wish they didn't, but sometimes they do. Person's there for you again, getting you the fire, the police, whatever you need right to your front door. Even if you're just having a problem setting up a system. Maybe you're me. Somebody's there said, look, it's real simple. We'll show you how to do it. So the support that you get, and you're not under any kind of obligation on a long-term contract or anything like that, and you're monitored for about $15 a month. You set it up yourself, and you have the 24/7 people who care watching you. U.S. News recently named it the best home security system of 2021. So go to simplysafebubba.com right now. Get a 60-day risk-free trial. Nothing to lose. No long-term contract, as I said. You also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so let's. I played Charles Barkley coming out of the break. You were showing me this, but before we go, we need to clarify again. So this Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder situation, the fact that there's only 30 days between him fighting this big money fight with this guy, and now an arbitrator saying you must fight Deontay Wilder by the 15th of September, right?
Right. He'd only have 30 days to recuperate, which is not enough.
No.
And so what do? You either have to cancel your big money, and the Wilder fight's going to be big money too. We just don't know how much yet, but it's going to be huge. Do you cancel your Joshua fight and fight Wilder again and then reschedule Joshua, which you take a chance you may not be, as attractive after that if you lose.
I got news for you. Dante might have made some bad decisions the first time, but he's not coming in dressed like one of the Transformers. That ain't going to happen again.
Or do you say, look, I'm going to fight this unification fight, and Wilder, I'll pay you money to extend the September 15th deadline to November 15th.
All right, let me ask you
this. And then we
we
have a Thanksgiving brawl to beat the band.
Now let me throw something in there even weirder, and I agree with you. That's a good plan. But don't you have to pass some sort of physical, like could he go ahead and do his fight that he's got, and this guy could say September 15th all he wants to, but could he be declared just physically unable to fight by the 15th?
Well, that would all be in the fine print of the contract. Yeah. I don't know how it's written, but it seems like he's bound to fight him. If he is physically able. So I don't know how you would do that, but I'm sure they're working behind the scene. Was you Tyson Fury is a large man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's big.
Yeah, he is.
Do you love the fact that they refer to him as the Irish Traveler?
No, all of it. Greg said he's got a bunch of the Gypsy King or whatever.
He's the king of the Gypsies.
Yeah. There's all kinds of little things. Let me tell you.
I think that's a nice way of saying gypsy is Irish traveler.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's right. Don't we have to watch all of our words now? Can you even say the word gypsy anymore? Who knows? But anyway,
the J word.
The J. See, that's why you shouldn't.
I know.
That's why they should.
I'm having fun with it.
That's why the G and the J should not share sounds.
I know.
We've already got a J.
Foul somebody.
That's over in the J area. We need to leave out with J's, and G should just be G and G only. But I guess the whole deal about this is which one's going to be more lucrative. But if you're Tyson Fury, you want to try to find a way to do both of them. But I'm like you. I don't know how he's going to do it.
Tyson Fury 6'9". What's he go, Greg? What's his weight?
How much he go? There it is, right there. 257.
Wow. Boy, he looks heavier.
Well, I tell you what, Dante found out he can punch.
Yeah,
Dante may have a big punch, and he does. Yeah. Just ask that mascot.
Oh yeah.
But I got news for you, Mr. Fury can hit pretty hard too.
Man, look at that reach.
How about
some long arms, boys?
Yeah. 85 inches.
Good.
Night.
Look
is that
at
what they say?
That is a Fury.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I like I said, I don't know how all this works out from. But this arbitrator ruling was big, and that's why it's a story today.
Right.
Yep.
Maybe Charles Barkley can help.
I wish Charles Barkley was the ring announcer for this.
Hey,
Dante.
Y'all see how big Tyson Fury is. So, but Barkley is in the news again because he has made he graduated from a high school called Leeds High School in 1981. It's right outside of Birmingham, the Green Wave. He over the years has made donations to the school, and it looks like again he has made a donation that will gift $1,000 to each Leeds City School employee, and the school has announced that this is going to happen. And he's provided over $3 million in scholarships to Leeds graduates and funds and that have helped hundreds of students attend college. And now the district that has 226 employees is going to they're all going to get $1,000 apiece to help them.
Wow.
Through difficult times.
Good for Charles. I love the fact he likes to give back, and he's from what I know and understand, he's always been very generous, and that's good to see. Good for them to get it too.
Yeah, I mean, talking to Charles and spending time with him, I do think, just like it would be for you and me, there's something comical about the Charles Barkleys of the world taking care of a school that he attended. You know what I mean? And because I think Charles's experience in school was very similar to ours. It was
he was there.
He was there.
Yeah.
And we like I said, when we were coming through the government schools, there was an education there if you wanted it, but it was all right if you didn't either. You could find a way through it and some way out. But it's funny to see him going back and giving money back. But I'm glad he's doing it, because you do think about, though, the opportunity it provided him to play basketball and all that. And that's the school that gave you the opportunity to go to the next school, and then that school gave you the opportunity to be a pro, and so they do all play a role in that. Mm-hmm. Now the academic side's always funny to me, to kind of like when I asked my English teacher about the show.
Yeah, I know.
She didn't want to be associated with it in any way, shape, or form.
Right,
Rick. There's a doctor right there.
Who, Dr. Bussey?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is funny. I told you what my English teacher said, that the show makes her want to run her car into a tree.
Sure.
And that she does not want to be associated with.
She probably knows how we felt about English
right.
class.
She said, do me a favor and not say that I had you in an English class.
Please.
Because that will not reflect very good on me.
But for that donation for the district's 226 employees to get $1,000 check after the year they've had, that'll go a long way to
absolutely
help get through and get back to some degree of normalcy, which is hard for me to say.
It is.
Normalcy.
Normalcy. Could you say that Neanderthals are returning to normalcy?
Neanderthals are returning to normalcy. Normalcy. So I get hung on the hump there in the middle. Normalcy.
Well, it was funny because I was trying to explain this to my family the other day, because Bubba and I had to cut some commercials. We cut some, if not every day, most every day after the show. And I was trying to explain to them that most of us on the show have some sort of speech
impediment.
Yeah, I can't say that. and there's certain words.
How can I say impediment and I can't say normalcy?
No,
I still can't say normalcy.
But listen, this is what you got to understand. I know a lot of you. We did a best of bit about this one time. How we weren't improving. Ours is so weird. It's because, first of all, we have words like you're hearing that get into some sort of zone that the way your mouth has to arrange itself to say it, mine won't say it. Mm-hmm. But then here's what's weird. Then there's words that are okay if they're standing alone in a field, but if you put them next to some other words, then we can't make that work.
No.
Right. It's really...
It is.
It's
like Toyota for me. I struggle with that. Well, I mean, how hard is that?
Yeah.
How hard is that?
Look, let me tell you something.
Normalcy.
I
got hung up in there. I don't want normalcy.
Yeah, mine is.
It's not a roller coaster. It's a word.
Yeah, right. Well,
normalcy.
I looked at a new sponsor we're having locally, and man, when I saw the word regenerative, I was
regenerative.
Like, oh no.
Yeah. Some of that's the R words with you, because
R words.
You've come a long way.
Well, if I slow down, I can say reward now. But I have to slow down. I have to put the. You know what I'm a car that has to put the brakes on to make the turn. You know what I mean?
For a while,
I got to slow down.
For a while, Rick, I could not. I mean, there was no way possible I could say the book of the Bible in the Old Testament that starts with a D.
Oh yeah, Deuteronomy.
But I have learned to say it now. Deuteronomy.
Very good. Can you say Ecclesiastes?
Ecclesiastes.
That one gets me.
But I can't say normalcy.
Oh.
Kind of.
You did
close.
it. Yeah.
Architectural review.
I had to do a one. But I had to do a 1 hour Bible study that was on the English word propitiation.
Oh no! No way.
And it's important to get that English word right in the from Hebrew and the Greek, because the fact that Jesus is that
right
is unique. Because what I want to say is, well, he paid the price for my sins. Yeah, true. But this word, it when you unpack it, you really understand what God did. What God did, propitiation.
Okay,
propitiation. And I had to say it. I mean, the whole Bible study was about that.
Over and over.
And, you know what it is with me? It's if I have sometimes an L in the middle of it, I get hung up. The one that got me the other day, and it actually caused me to snort so bad that I think I had reflux, and then I lost my voice.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And we have a town called Homewood, a city.
Yeah.
And you're reading along, you had these tough words, and you called it home foot. And I don't know why. That's not, you just called it foot instead of wood.
How does that even happen?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top. Phone calls coming in now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Harry Murdahl is there. The lines are plenty, and you can get in right now and talk about whatever's on your mind at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Steve is out of Birmingham, Alabama. He's listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Steve, how you doing today, buddy?
Hey, Green Acres Monkey Drive.
Thank you.
You bet
Thank you, buddy.
Hey. Yeah, speaking of speech impediments, I was thinking of good old Dip and Dan and remembering all our grandmoms always said, if you keep doing that, it's going to stay that way.
Yeah. So you're thinking that Bubba doing Dipping Dan, that somehow some of that stuck and now he uncontrollably,
well, when he kept trying to say normalcy, all I could hear was Dip and Dan. I just heard it. It was all there.
But Dip and Dan doesn't say that word bad, and it spilled over to me.
Right.
I was saying it bad before him. Does that make sense?
Well, I will tell you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I will tell you. When we were cutting the spots the other day, when I was calling out the great city of Homefoot, Bubba.
It made me wonder, why is there not a city called Homefoot?
Bubba had some sort of saliva buildup that we got to laughing about too. That could. I mean, it's just we were a wreck. I mean, we came back from. But the thing is, I think we give people hope.
Yeah.
I mean, people say, well, if you talk like the way you guys do, you can't host a radio show. Yeah, you can. I mean, you gotta own it.
Mm-hmm.
What do you
Rick,
think?
we've give a lot of people hope, and I'm proud of that through our shortcomings.
What do you think it is? Why are there certain words that we can't get to roll out? Do we have some sort of issue?
I don't know. And I think
does everybody have words they can't?
Yeah,
really
I think
say?
everybody
does.
does.
Yeah, everybody does. I do think too, when it comes to copy, if there's something that we know we struggle with, it's almost like it's sitting there and you know it's coming.
Terrified of it.
And it's tough to get through the copy because you know here it comes. And so the sentence that it's in, you're like, oh boy. And whenever we mess up, it gets on us and we start laughing, and then now it's just grown into something.
Well, I think Huntsville 100.3 The River, y'all almost became that really mean trainer that was going to rep me to death to get something right.
Yeah.
They did for the longest time, and we did multiple promos. I had to say Rick and Bubba rewards.
Yes.
Rick and Bubba rewards. And I had to say it so many times, and I was almost like that person that had the trainer out there. I'm like, I can't do it. Yeah, you will do it. Say it again. Say it again.
Again.
So thank you, guys. I think y'all played a role in me getting better with that. Melanie is out of the great state of Alabama. Hey, Melanie, how you doing today?
I'm good.
So talk about it.
Well, it made the news down here last week. Governor Ivey signed the bill that would stop all this time changing. But now we got to get the Army going and get it through Congress.
Yeah, help me. Does anybody know what we do next? So let's give credit to the House and the Senate of the state of Alabama
And the governor.
They've all done their part.
Yep.
So
this is further than we've ever had it. By the way,
it is, Bubba. I don't want to get too optimistic, but so now, if I have this right, we need the federal government, Congress, to give us an exemption to stay on daylight savings time. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Yes, yes. They have to amend the federal law.
So what do we do? What's our
We
next
wait.
pressure? We just start applying all sorts of pressure.
Probably a little pressure.
All right, Melanie, thank you. So thank you, Governor Ivey. Thank you, House and Senate. Thank you for doing your part. And the reason why we need, because some of you were confused by this, as was I, because this thing is very confusing. Well, why are we needing some sort of federal deal? Other states, but the other states are just staying on standard time.
Right.
We're wanting to stay on daylight savings time.
Right.
As opposed to changing to Eastern time and staying standard. I know what I just said. If you followed it, it really made sense. I had a hard time with it. But so what we need now is a daylight savings time exemption.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I got it.
Correct.
So,
how have they ruled? Has anybody ever done this before in regards to this type of ruling?
Apparently not, because you mean have they been turned down? That's,
that's what I'm saying. That's a good question.
Here's what I can find out. It says Congress has been pushing to fulfill the desires of states.
There's another one. There's another one.
What?
Fulfill.
Fulfill. The desires of states, especially after former President Donald Trump endorsed the idea in 2019. A group of 7 senators, led by Senator Marco Rubio, Republican Florida, introduced a bill in March to make daylight savings time permanent across the country. but it doesn't really address the God, what do they call it? The federal, they have to amend a law to allow us to do that. Amend federal law to authorize states to make the change.
Congress would, yeah.
So the state is ready. We've got the law on the books. If they will just now make the change to allow us to do it.
I'm afraid to hope too much.
I am too.
Well,
that's why I asked
step
what's
further.
happened in the past.
Let's don't mojo anything. Let's just be quiet. No, let's don't be quiet. Let's pressure, but let's don't say, yeah, we're going to do it. Let's don't do anything like that.
Rick, the National Parent Teachers Association says that, doing this just going to put kids back out in the.
By the way,
put your mask on and hush.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
And this is
Are y'all back to school?
Listen,
Yeah.
this is driving me insane, and it does every time
Put them
somebody
at
brings
risk
this.
walking to school,
No,
they say.
no, you don't. Because if that's the case, then we should never go to daylight savings time until school's out, because you put them back in the dark in the spring, and so this is absolutely wrong. Yeah. Okay. Suddenly we call 5 a.m., 6 a.m. in the spring, so now it's dark. Because we're calling 5, 6. So that's a stupid point. It's just absolute stupid. And so it really frustrates me when this is brought up that we're not putting kids in danger by staying on daylight savings time. That's idiotic. I mean,
how do you feel about it?
Like Helmsy said, y'all the same people got kids with masks on outdoors.
Yep. Yeah, for
Why would we
real.
listen to your lunacy?
17 states have now enacted legislation or passed a resolution, most recently Georgia and Montana.
Georgia and Alabama. George, go ahead. George.
George.
I played that best of. Golly.
My name is George. My name is George. Carrie, go ahead.
Hey guys, I want to hear you say rural.
Well, that's rural.
That is my word, by the way. I was not going to bring it up.
Rural.
Rural. That is the one I cannot say.
How do you say?
Am I saying it right? Rural.
Say it again.
Rural.
Yeah.
I don't know that you're saying
guys,
it.
guys, I avoid it like the plague.
It's like the word.
It's in my bad spot.
It's like the word OIL. We all say that word wrong.
Oh yeah.
We say oil.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can. Everybody in here says plural, no problem.
Plural.
It's the same word. It's R instead of the PL, and we butcher it. And it is my one word. If there's one word I can't get by, it's that one.
What is it?
I can't. I'm not even going to do it.
This all gets on Adler's nerves, y'all. It kills him.
Well, he has words too.
We all got words. And if he doesn't have any if he doesn't have any word problems, look at his hair. We all got problems.
Sorry, buddy. It always goes back to that.
No, I actually would like to rock mine like that one more time.
Yeah.
With the beard. I've never had the long hair and the beard.
You don't think I would?
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's all sing it. Everybody sing it. Top of the hour is over. Now we're 6 minutes past, and we're back. Things you need to know about. Wednesday Bible study back today. That'll be noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. Or Greg wants to know what time Pacific. You'll have to adjust on your own. So anyway, that's when it's live on the YouTube channel. We archive it soon after, and there's links available on all of our social media platforms for you to watch it or listen to it when you want to. Also tonight, be at New Life Chapel in Madison, Alabama, themanchurch.com, kicking off the men's discipleship strategy with the Man Church tonight. Last I heard, there were about 50 seats that were still available. It is a ticketed event. Those details are at rickandbubba.com under events. And we sold out of the Father's Day packages yesterday. As far as the grilling packages, we sold out in about 15 minutes because we only had 28 of those packages. But if you still want to get your daddy something from the store, you can, including a new item, and we're taking orders on this, and that's the Biggin chair. The Biggin chair, and a lot of you are moving on that. It's got the big Rick and Bubba logo on the back.
It's really a good chair. I really like it.
Yeah, I saw some people thinking the logo would be covered up when you sat on it. That you were looking at the picture on. The logo is on the back. So when you're sitting in your chair and somebody walks by, they see it. It's if you look, that's how the front looks, and it's sitting on the
that's
back.
right. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So some people are going, well, I don't know why the logo will be covered up. It's not covered up. It's on the back.
It's on the back.
So you can get those and order that for Dad if you want to by going
Rick's
to
calling people stupid.
Well, how do you look
I
at
called
that?
you stupid.
How do you look at that and mess that up?
Now, honestly, if you glance, if you don't have the other one on the left, you could glance at that one and think
I thought it was on the seat, the part you sit on.
That's
I really did.
That's the part that we have a problem in America. People are glancing. They're not looking
look
at
at
details
the one to the
on
left.
anything
The reason,
they do.
Rick, there's no other reason to have the black chair there.
Otherwise,
except to show you that it's on the back.
That it's front and back. It clearly says front and back. I mean, clearly.
It really
doesn't get any clearer.
But yesterday, in all fairness,
why didn't we put it on both sides?
When Adler pulled it up the first time, it didn't have the front and back. What people saw on the on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you had it. The social media and all that had it right.
Well, y'all calling a lot of people stupid.
No, but let me tell you this. Now I will tell you this.
Like them, stop glancing. Look at some details.
No, well, here's the thing. Now we'll tell this.
Why is that other chair on?
One of the people that I saw say,
get out of your phone and look. It says front and back.
Listen, I will say this, though, trying to be as nice as I can. The person that was complaining about that complained about it on the Instagram with the picture of Bubba's in front and back. So that ain't where you need to say that.
No. So with that logic, we sell one chair with the logo, one just black chair.
I was screaming at the Instagram post, just look up. But anyway, all right, so now we got, these kind of people aren't going to help. But how about this? As far as the state of Alabama is concerned, Stevie, it's too bad, so sad, because the state of Alabama has already decided. We're just waiting. Well, who doesn't want to?
Be nice.
Steve doesn't want to do it.
Steve and Greg.
Steve, why do you not want to do this?
Hey, Ricky Bubba.
Hey, Steve.
Well, because listen, I pastor a church down in Slocum, Alabama, and I've got people out of Florida coming to church, and it's going to mess them up in the Panhandle. And what about all the way down the Alabama and Florida state line, all the way to Mobile? I bet a lot of those folks don't want it neither.
Well, how in the world is that?
If it's not broken, don't fix it.
Hey, Steve.
Steve, it is broken.
Steve, if these people are one day, hey, Steve, if these people one day might be martyred for their faith, I don't think they're ready for that if they can't push through looking at the clock at what time it is. I mean, so I just don't see this as some big mountain that Christians can't overcome to get to church. I mean,
we can you're being selfish. You're being selfish. You're right out in the middle of Alabama.
But you're not.
Steve, it's like Greg and I just talked about in the break. Your opinion is no more important than mine, and mine's no more important than yours.
But if I'm right, unless I'm thinking of it wrong, half a year y'all are going to be on the same time.
Listen to what Greg's saying, Steve. Half the year, your Florida Eastern Time Zone people and your Alabama Central Time Zone people would be on the exact same time. It would make it easier.
Well, I'm just talking about the Panhandle, Florida. From that's what I'm talking about. Down below Alabama.
Hey,
Steve, that's
in Central Time Zone. What are you even talking about?
That's a lot of people. That's Pensacola.
But why? But who cares?
City and Destin and all those folks.
So what?
Didn't Florida change theirs too? I think they voted the same thing.
If the Florida Panhandle changes their time like Alabama, I'm all for it. But if not, it's not broken, don't fix it. I've been used to this for years and years and years.
Too bad. We changed. Hey,
that sounds awful selfish, Steve.
Very selfish, Steve. Very selfish.
Steve, I would argue it is broke.
It is broke.
It's broke bad.
Steve, what I don't understand, that's like saying that those of us that grew up in Oxford, Alabama, we just couldn't push through the fact that the Georgia line was what, Greg? 30 minutes from us?
Yeah, but we've lived with that. We've lived with it that way for years and years, so we're used to it.
Steve, that's like saying we rode horses to town, so stay with us. I don't.
No,
Steve,
kind of is.
Hey, Steve, let me. I'm
It
sure,
really is.
Hey, Steve,
It's the exact same thing.
Hey,
I
Steve,
see what
I'm
he's
sure
saying.
you're a fine pastor, but please don't don't debate a point about time. I mean,
I've been listen. This is one preacher that's praying against it, so you better be sure I'm praying against it.
well, you know what? How about this? If it happens, that means you weren't in God's will.
Well, the Lord didn't answer my prayer. He told me no, but I'm gonna keep praying against it.
Well, it also means that His will wasn't changed.
And Steve, think about this too. Do you remember we tried to buy the Panhandle one time just to even it all out?
So
I still don't understand how to
I
fix
think
Steve.
what he's saying, and I mean, the Panhandle's in the Central Time Zone, correct?
Correct.
So what he's saying, if Alabama changes, Florida doesn't, then they're normally on the same.
Yeah.
It'll be different
Then
half a year.
it'll just be just like living in Columbus, Georgia, over there by Auburn.
Yeah, and half a year.
And people seem to be able to survive that. I don't know. The Georgia
because they've always lived there.
the Georgia. Well, so what?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying that's where he's coming from.
But I mean, yeah.
We're not too far. We're not too far from the Georgia state line neither, down below Dothan, Alabama. So we've lived with it that way for years. It's always been that way. Georgia's always been an hour ahead of us.
Yep.
It's always been that way. And so, the change it here for us with the Panhandle, Florida is going to mess a lot of people up. Hey, church up in Alabama, I go to church in Alabama, and I've got to leave. What time is it in Alabama? They're going to be wondering, they're going to get to church late or get to church early or whatever.
God forbid.
I think they pick up.
Let me tell you something. Somewhere there are people that walk 4 and 5 hours every Sunday just to get to a church. And this is a church at Laodicea problem is what this is. Come on. I mean, that's
Florida does have 2 time zones. The Panhandle's on Central, the other's on the East.
So I know that. And again, I don't think it's going to choke everybody down. But all he's saying is you'll just have to adjust. If Florida doesn't change, half a year you will be on different.
I think Florida's one of those states that have already voted like we did. And if they get the exception, we're all going to flip over.
Yeah, that would make it,
Well, let's
ideal. That would be the ideal.
If we would go to Zulu time, none of this would be relevant.
Well, it goes back to this. Like when I was in the Panhandle staying, and we act like that. We've got one state that has two different time zones in the very state, but we're not going to be able to work through this because I was in Panama City, tried to go fish in Port St. Joe, got there and missed my fishing trip.
Yeah,
because it's Eastern.
Because it's Eastern.
Yep.
Well, I mean, so we deal with this kind of stuff all
You know
the
what's
time.
even?
So if all of them would change, it would cure that problem.
You know what's even frustrating in Port St. Joe? Here we go again talking about the most beautiful place on the planet. The cell phone towers there will even confuse you more because they're right there on that border, and they'll go back and forth, and so you can't even rely on your cell phone to tell you exactly what time it is.
No, you're right.
Now, that's a real problem, Steve.
Well, see, here is how we ought to do it.
But I bet I can push through it.
You can. I seem to.
It's not insurmountable.
Like
if we're pushing through stuff like this now.
Like if we were all on Zulu time, it's 13:15 right now. And it's the same time here in Japan and Germany and everywhere else.
Well, now you talk about a change of mindset.
Yeah. Charlie in Alabama. Charlie, go ahead.
Time for a change.
I was just wondering on the daylight savings law, why do we have to acknowledge the federal government on that when Colorado and other states violate federal law?
Right.
And
are you saying call it a time sanctuary city?
A time sanctuary.
It's legal to smoke weed in Colorado, but against federal law.
Right, they just don't enforce it.
They just chose not to enforce it.
Yeah, so I wonder why would they choose to enforce this one?
Exactly.
To your point. Yeah.
You would think that we would let time go before we did marijuana.
Yeah, you really would.
We ain't going to worry about enforcing that. Right. You talking about time? No, I'm talking about marijuana. All right.
Right. This is a sanctuary city for Central Daylight Savings Time.
Well, I hope the pastor doesn't preach on Matthew 7. Enter by narrow gate where the path is hard and only a few can find it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, we're back. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up before the hour is over. Boy, what a creepy piece of video we're about to watch right now. You know, you hear all the time those people that'll talk about this world of, I mean, it's just such a wicked, evil world. You can't even wrap your mind around the darkness and the evil of people who try to abduct and attack and mistreat children and to violate children, and for that to be their desire is just something that I know we're just like, is the world really that wicked? And sadly, the answer is yes. This horrifying video, this is a sex offender that apparently maybe, I don't know if he's ever been charged or whatever, but he's on the watch list. So I guess that means he has had some issues in the past. And now there's this terrible footage of this sex offender trying to abduct an 11-year-old girl. Thankfully, he was not successful, but it's just horrifying to watch that this goes on. You see that the car on this footage we have now. I guess there's a drive-by to try to see if the opportunity.
I believe that looks like the car right there, and then he's going to circle back.
Right, and there's
so
no.
is this just a crime of opportunity? You think that they drive by and say, "Hey, here's somebody unattended," or had they been stalking out?
Evidently, he 2 weeks ago had an encounter with her to try to.
Really,
and she said he made him obviously very uncomfortable. Made her very uncomfortable.
So you see now he has stopped and he's going to get out and try to grab her.
And the police say he's got a knife.
Yeah, and and
now here's the key: she fights back.
Yeah, that is the key. And finally, he thinks it's too hard to get her, and he jumps back in and takes off. But that's just man. And so it's a 30-year-old unidentified sex offender. Was arrested 8 hours after the West Pensacola incident. Speaking of Pensacola. Was caught on camera. Escambia County Sheriff said they were so thankful that she was able to get away, and they were able to catch him. And said,
broad daylight.
They said he painted his van in an effort to disguise it, following the local media reports.
Right.
I guess this footage made it to local TV, but he still had blue slime on his clothes from wrestling with a child. Apparently, the child was playing with a blue slime
slime toy.
Look at it.
Yeah, and so he's got charges of attempted kidnapping, aggravated assault with a knife, Bubba, you said, and simple battery. He's extensive, that's what I thought, criminal past includes child sex abuse charges. So, some of you out there that start all this, well, it's not fair that they get put on these lists and neighborhoods are made aware of them, and they're trying to go back to their life and all that. Well, here's the reason why we have to do that. Here's one who has this issue, has been charged with this issue in the past, and I think we can see right here he's a danger to wherever he is staying.
Yep.
And that's not saying that people can never be changed, and I hope and through spiritual changes I know they can, but this is a very serious situation, and I think, Bubba, it's what you and I have taught our families, and I know sometimes it's not popular. We are not fans of if somebody grabs you with a weapon, just go with them.
No.
We are of the school fight.
Scream,
kick and scream and hit,
go
bite,
go crazy.
It's not going to turn out well if you leave with them.
No, you get in that car. Chances are they're just looking for your body one day.
Yep.
Even if they shoot you, at least you're bleeding in the parking lot.
Right.
Where you can get help.
Well, and the thing is, a lot of times, what they're after is so twisted that they don't want to not have that. You know what I mean? Meaning they're probably not going to kill you on the spot because that defeats the whole reason for stopping. Now they got a murder charge.
Mm-hmm.
Really, they're trying to scare you with the weapons. And I'm not saying that that you do what you think you should do and you listen, but we're of the school. If you get in the vehicle with that person, and what's going to happen to you is so horrifying and so terrible, even if you survive it. You're better off to fight for your life right there in the public place and try to force their hand to, as opposed to going calmly with them.
Yeah, if you find yourself in a bad circumstance, some things are out of your control, but you can change that circumstance and fight on the spot. She did the right thing and came out as a good ending for her.
And praise the Lord for that. So the officer's saying she fought and she fought and she fought. And you know what? Just like any predator, and because these are animals, so associating them with animal behavior is appropriate because this is animalistic. But predators in the animal world, if they think it's too much trouble to get what they're after, they move on.
Yeah.
They live an opportunistic lifestyle because if they get injured, then they can no longer, or in this case, get caught. They no longer can be the predator they want to be. So applaud this 11-year-old girl. It's a shame she had to go through this, but this is not near as traumatic as it would have been.
No.
And they're saying now because of his record, they think that he hopefully can be charged, that he'll never be allowed to do this again. So she had some scratches and, of course, obviously some minor trauma that somebody was trying to grab you and carry you off. But the message from the representative says, look, the message here is what we just talked about. This girl's heroic because she didn't give up. She didn't give in. And then for the suspect, he said, you're not fooling anyone. We know who you are. You're an animal. And also now you're under arrest. So, and I've seen movies about it and I've seen documentaries about it for these in law enforcement. They have so many times that these missing children, it ends so bad. I'm so glad that the way they feel right now. How about this little girl was not carried off? We didn't have to, and she got away, and we got the guy, and he's going away. So we hear so many bad stories.
Yeah, and I hope he's punished
and it's
heavily.
It's still bad to know people like that are out there, but at least in this case, she was able to free herself, and this guy's going to pay a price, and hopefully, with nothing will happen, that he'll have an opportunity to do that to anybody else. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big, but watching that surveillance footage is, man. 866 We Be Big, our number. We'll continue with more of the Rick and Bubba Show. Also, don't forget our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. You ever want to catch the entire Rick and Bubba Show? Well, you can find different ways to do that by going to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. All right. Really excited about this new partnership that we have with MacWeldon.com. Go to MacWeldon.com/Bubba and take a look at the stuff they've got for all of us dudes there. This spring, take your style and all-around comfort to the next level because let's face it, we want to be stylish. I mean, but you want to be comfortable. If somebody says, I tell you what, this is all the style right now, but it's not comfortable, men don't want to wear that. We're talking about super soft premium fabrics that are versatile. They're up for any adventure. They got hoodies and underwear, polos, active shorts. Everything in the new Mack Weldon Spring Collection adds fresh patterns and bright colors to the wardrobe. I picked up one of the polos, and I love it. I'll be wearing that here to the show soon. Whether you're my wife told me I got it out of the box, and I ordered it, got it from MacWeldon.com/Bubba, and she's like, you can't wear that. I need to wash that first. I'll come right out of a bag and put something on.
Yeah, well, I don't think the wives like for us to do that.
They don't.
Because they think it needs to be washed once because they don't know where it came from.
Yeah, so anyway, you go to MacWeldon.com/Bubba, and you'll be looking great, too. They deliver a wide range of customized fabrics that keep up with you no matter what the day looks like. I mean, they got everything from I'm going to work out today to I'm going out on a little date. They got it all. Now, you want to ask about their loyalty program because it's totally free. And it's called Weldon Blue. Level 1, if you go there, you get free shipping for life. And once you reach level 2, which is only, all you got to do is spend $200 and you're already at level 2, you get 20% off every order for the next year. Now, because you're ready to try MacWeldon.com/Bubba with us, and you're one of the Rick and Bubba Army out there, we're going to go ahead and get you the 20% first time you order. So go to MacWeldon.com/Bubba, 20% off right now. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. You're going to love this. If you're not familiar with Mack Weldon, you're going to love this. All right, so we got some Biden updates coming. Where did he go?
Where did he go? Where did he go?
Yeah.
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
President Joe Biden, and I am saying that correctly, President Joe Biden. He first of all, here comes the thing, Bubba, you've talked about on the show for years. You know, we've got all kinds of trouble going on in our country. We've got an employment disaster. We got inflation. We've got trouble at the border. We've got trouble in the Middle East. And President Biden's playing golf.
We got pressure. We got trouble with Russia on the Ukrainian border.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, and you and I don't care whether the president plays golf or not, but some people make some big deal out of that. But anyway.
I'd like to see Biden on the golf course about 8 hours a day, actually.
Yeah, yeah. Probably won't see that.
No.
Because I'm not sure it can be done. But anyway, physically.
Yeah.
So and certainly maybe not mentally. But there's this footage today of him making a shot. But I know you guys that play golf say this is actually pretty common. He's playing golf with all this going on around the world. So
basically what happens is hard to see on the footage because it's from far. He's got to go over a little creek, it looks like.
Yeah.
And there's some rocks in front of him, and he hits a rock in front of him and it goes back. So he didn't hit the golf ball backwards.
Yeah, right.
The ball went backwards because he hit a rock. It just ricochets off the rock and goes straight back.
Oh, so there's a rock.
We're not talking about
there's a rock wall right there, right?
We're not talking about a country in the Middle East.
No. So everybody's showing that because the ball hits that rock and just flies back.
And the headlines are he hits an embarrassing shot backwards.
Look,
No,
there's
not
enough
really.
there's enough to be embarrassed about.
Thank you.
That's normal.
All right.
I don't have a problem with him playing golf or hitting a terrible golf shot.
All right, so I just wish you wasn't a socialist. All right, so we have now.
Yeah, that part not big on.
You know, they're trying to roll. You know, the big push now is we all got to go to electric cars. Electric cars, save the earth, drive an electric car.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so now the president was touring the Ford plant in Michigan yesterday, and he's going to try out the new Ford F-150 Lightning, and that's their electric truck. You see it here.
Why's it got a bag over it?
So he's I guess they're
testing it.
I guess
That's a test truck.
Yeah, they're still early in testing. It looks like that's got the markings for video cameras on it.
Listen to his interaction with the reporter here, because he threatens to run over the reporter when he asked him about Israel. So here we go.
Mr. President.
This sucker's quick.
How's it drive?
How does
it feel? Would you buy one of these?
I would.
How does it feel to be behind the wheel, sir?
It feels great. I tell you what, this fucking vehicle. Now, I don't know if anybody has a stopwatch, but I think if we're going 0 to 60 in about 4.3. 4.4? Right. 4 flat?
Well, we haven't released the president.
I should be quiet.
Mr. President, how fast were you going?
Okay, I'm just going to step on it. I'll come off at 80 miles an hour. You'll see what it is, okay? You ready?
Mr. President, can I ask you a quick question on Israel before you drive
No,
away?
you
since
can't.
It's so important?
I'm not unless you get in front of the car as I step on it. I'm only teasing. Okay, here we go. You ready?
I'm only teasing.
I'm tricking.
Can I ask you a question on Israel?
But see,
That's actually funny.
that is funny.
Yeah.
But if Trump had said that,
Stay in it.
I wish he'd just lift the tires up.
But guys, but Bubba,
just kidding.
but listen.
I don't
what-
think you can spin out in an electric car
no,
like
but
that.
but listen to what Bubba's saying.
No, he's
if
right.
if Donald
No,
J.
you're right.
Trump and somebody had said, "Can I ask you a question about your tax returns?" And he said, "If you want to ask me that question, won't you stand in front of the truck while I take off?"
Yeah.
Now it would be they'd be Joy Behar would be crying.
We'd have impeachment papers by the end of the day.
Pages.
And for a year-
Whoopi would just be rolling around in the floor.
Yeah. Years later,
Rachel Maddow would just leap from a tree.
They would still be saying, you heard him say he was going to run. We don't need a president who wants to run over people.
We don't need a president that wants to kill reporters. That's
yeah, he
his-
said he was going to kill them. It's just like when he was talking about the
He's
Russians helping
dangerous.
find
Yeah.
Hillary's emails.
Yeah.
Obviously a joke. Same thing.
He's in with the Russians against one of our own people. But President Biden says, "Can I ask you about Israel?" No, you can't, unless you want to stand in front of the truck while I gouge.
That's funny. I hate
Listen,
that.
60 and about
listen to what he says.
4.3.
Now picture this being Trump.
4.4? Right. 4 flat?
Why is he doing this
We
anyway?
haven't released the president.
I should be quiet.
Mr. President, how fast were you going?
Okay, I'm just going to step on it. I'll come off at 80 miles an hour. You'll see what it is, okay? You ready?
Mr. President, can I ask you a quick question on Israel before you drive
No,
away?
you
since it's so
can't.
important?
I'm not unless you get in front of the car as I step on it. I'm only teasing.
I love his look back. Only teasing.
Got my aviators on, just teasing. And right now they've got me. They got me to get through my 3-hour commitment every day.
you know the push to electric cars right now and all that's fine and
Here we
dandy.
go.
But some of these so-called reporters, how many were there taking pictures
I
and
couldn't tell
snapping?
you a bunch.
12,
Did
15.
you hear one question about how are we going to charge all these cars on the electric grid?
No.
And one question about how we're going to dispose of all these batteries.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, those are real issues dealing with electric cars. And I'm not. This is not Democrat, Republican. Look, I don't care if we use goat poo as fuel to drive around. Okay, I really don't care. But those are real questions about using electricity.
Right.
You know, I don't care.
And to your point, this has no question about Israel should have been asked at all
Right.
during
Well,
this.
that's not what we're talking
And
about.
I know.
now.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So to Bubba's point, the questions he's talking about should have been addressed, not Israel or any of this. Oh, if you want to have fun with he's there driving a truck. If you want to, with the technology and truck, talk about that, enjoy it. But Republican or Democrat, whoever the person was about the Israel, should not have been.
No.
That's a stupid question in that moment. There's time and place for these things, and that wasn't the time and place for that.
But if
Now,
you,
how are we going to generate the
Mark was
electricity?
Yeah.
How are we going to generate the electricity to recharge these vehicles?
That's an awesome question that should have been asked.
Panels, Bubba.
Not
Solar
if you-
panels
not if you
and
charge 'em-
windmills.
Not if you charge them at night. You're
Solar
not.
panels, windmills, and rats running in cages.
Well, don't forget too, we're going to take all the people that have been working in the car industry. We're just going to magically give them a new job making electric cars, just like the Keystone Pipeline guys. Have they got their green jobs yet?
Look, I don't even
No,
think.
they haven't.
Look, the car industry has changed, and they have to change to demands, and
Sure.
they've done that before. And you know, we may have a nuclear powered engine one of these days, or a cold fusion that replaces electrical. You know, I mean, who knows?
Yeah, maybe if we'll get there.
But the bottom line is, we're doing this to do away with fossil fuels. How are we going to charge these batteries?
Right.
Because we have an electrical power grid. It has peaks during the day when everybody's at work and everybody's running their air conditioning and all that stuff. Then at night, it usually goes down. Well, at night now is going to be a peak time if every car is plugged in.
No, you're right.
Can we even charge that many cars? Let's say if every car was electric, can we even handle that load?
No, I don't know the answer. Somebody's asking.
And most of
I don't think
the
they've even
electrical
asked that.
generation that we do is done with what? Fossil fuels. We have some nuclear, we have some wind, we have some this and that. The large majority we're still burning coal in.
Right.
So how are we?
To Bubba's bigger point, If you want
I
to,
mean, can we? Why ain't anybody even asking that
right,
question?
well, because you're not allowed to. To Bubba's point, we have no problem with us going to the next thing.
Yeah.
But the next thing has to do the job the other thing did as well or better. You can't just what the progressives do is they live in a childlike world where they say we want to get away from fossil fuels because it's ruining the earth. Now we can all debate whether that's true or not.
Yeah, but that's the line of thought. That they have.
Yeah, okay then, but you got to go to something that will do the same thing the fossil fuels did as efficiently, and if you want to say cleaner, fine, or better. What you can't say is why do you want to go to electric cars, windmills, and solar panels? Just cause. Well, do we know that we can do what we all need to do with those things? We don't, but we just like the way it feels. Well, these questions that Bubba's asking they have to be answered.
Yeah.
Y'all, you don't have to be a Nobel laureate to ask these questions, right? I mean, this should be the discussion about electric cars, and I don't hear anybody talking about it.
You know why?
Do y'all hear it? Am I missing?
No.
Am I on the wrong channel?
You know why? Because we like the fun of it all, but we're not asking any hard questions.
And I want to give you an example of it when we come back.
Also, we do. We'll talk more about the Israel-Hamas deal too with the squad. There was apparently a heated conversation on the tarmac too with Biden. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG's the number. So, Bubba, you had one more thing you want to say?
Well, Rick, there's always things that happen that we don't see when we plan out these big changes. Like we're going to the electric car. No one's talking about how we're going to charge it. No one's talking about the disposal and or the recycling of the batteries.
Right.
All that kind of stuff. So I just thought, and I was thinking back when everybody rode horses. And I'm sure there were complaints about horses. What do you think the complaints were in town?
Well, I think we got horse crap all over the road.
All the poop.
Yeah.
You always got to water them.
Yep.
People are stealing them. No way to lock a horse up.
Well, there's only so much they can do before they're dead.
Right.
Right.
And there's a limit what they can do, how far they can go. So when the combustion engine came along, people thought, hey, guess what? We're going to have a city street with no horse poop on it.
Right.
This is going to be great. This is life-changing. The world has changed.
Right. Goodbye, horse poop.
Steve said if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but that's fine.
Right.
Well, they just saw this as a better way to go. So they start building cars. People start driving the cars, and people are excited. There's no horse poop on the street. But then people started running into each other having wrecks, right? And they went, gosh, we need a stop sign out here.
Right.
And then, we gotta have that.
Yeah, we didn't think about crashing into
We're
each
gonna
other.
have a 4-way stop. We invented that. And we started having to have filling stations everywhere. And all of a sudden there's oil derricks everywhere where they're digging to get oil to turn it into, we got to have a big factory down at the end of the road, and it's nasty and smells and puts out pollution, but we got to refine the oil to have gas to go in the cars.
Right.
And, somewhere along the line, somebody said, the horse poop problem wasn't that bad.
Right, yeah.
When we really look at what we've got now, we didn't really think about all these other things that come along with it.
Really, I hate to break everything down to this, but every single thing that comes along has to be more fine than it is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
It's kind of like that old saying that
It always goes back to that, doesn't it?
yeah, it's kind of like that old saying that things look good on paper sometimes, but in reality they don't really work out. There's always side effects.
Something unforeseen.
There's always unforeseen consequences to what we do that we don't anticipate when we're trying to sell ourselves on the idea. Same thing with battery cars, and that's all I'm pointing out. We've got to address the charging. We've got to address the batteries. And, that's just two that we know of. There's probably other things we're going to see. I know one of them we're going to see is, we tax gasoline now to pay for the road. So what are we doing? We're now not only not giving tax breaks to electric cars, we're charging people extra who have them because we got to make up for the gas tax they're not paying at the pump. So, it's kind of what goes around comes around.
Yeah, and Bubba's mentioned this, and when you say batteries, you're including the disposal of them.
Yeah, or recycle or whatever you want to call it.
Where's all that going?
And I don't know if y'all know, right now, a lot of this technology has been made available through lithium, which builds a better battery and is extremely lighter than what we've dealt with lead acid. Lithium is it's a natural thing. It's not a manufactured. There's a finite amount of that out there, and when we've used it all, hey baby, she's gone.
Yeah, and if the electric car can be more fine than it is crazy.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
But to your point,
that'll be, because I got to be honest with you. Somebody said, what are we going to do about these 4-way stops? What about the crashes? What about the oil refinery? I would have come back and said, yeah, but it only took me 4 hours to get to Dodge City, not 2 days.
And I believe they probably were
it's
asking.
a trade-off.
Guys, do y'all not think they were asking those questions? I mean, you're asking the questions right now for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
I got to think they're pretty smart too, probably even smarter in some cases. They were asking. They knew these issues were coming, but to your point, knew it was going to make it quicker and better and more efficient.
Right. Well,
we'll deal with that as it comes.
But there was a day when you would do that. Well, we're happening now.
There's a price for convenience.
Right.
Yeah.
But now, see, this is different. Remember what everybody says.
Well, they're not even asking the questions.
Right. And
now.
you know why? Because as the guy, and I know y'all hear me say this over and over again, but it's 100% true, and Bubba is the science guy, so he knows. When any kind of research and technology and science, when it leaves the purity of it, meaning we are advancing, we're exploring, we're going, when that ends and politics come in,
yeah,
and that's what you have. We don't ask these questions, not because that's We never ask questions like this. No, we probably did.
Yeah.
We're not asking questions about it now because the electric car has become political.
Yeah.
It's
No, you're
no
right.
it's no longer
You're right.
it's no longer the exploration for a better way, a more efficient way, a better way to travel.
Yeah.
See, it's not that. That's what we used to be as Americans. Let's find a better way to do this. It's politically now becoming the politically preferred choice. You're a better human being if you're for the electric car because you care about the earth. And that's not what any of this should be about. Then you don't ask those questions because it ruins the fun. Then the party's over.
Well,
somebody asked a question that wasn't no fun. We're saving the world. Be quiet.
Let's compare it.
What we're gonna do about batteries? Be quiet. Put your party hat back on and celebrate. President's in an electric truck.
Don't
ask him about Israel.
If you compare what's going to happen with cars to what we already have with golf carts, let's say.
Right.
We've all rode on a golf cart that is electric. We've all rode on one that's gas powered. They both will get you there. They're a little bit different. Both of them have problems. Hey, I don't have gas, or the carburetor stopped up. Hey, ain't charged up.
Hey, one of them backfires.
Hey, one of them backfires. One of them's quiet. But hey, the battery's dead. I got to put water in the battery. It ain't holding a charge. Time to change your battery. Never had to change your engine on a golf cart. Okay, so there you go. It's just a trade-off. Everything's different.
Well, you know why I drop kicked my electric cart over the gas-powered ATVs at my farm?
Why?
Because I got tired of them running out of battery. They were quieter, and I like that where I could come up on deer and spook them, and I was all about staying with it. I didn't find it to be as efficient as the combustion.
Hey, it takes longer.
More planning.
Well, it takes
more
exactly.
planning.
It takes longer.
Yeah. So I found it not to be as good as the gas powered.
And see, that's one of the things I think Tesla was very smart in. They put a computer on board that basically will figure all that for you, tell you where that gas station is or the electric charging station, how long you have to charge on it, and will calculate that depending on where you're going. So they took a lot of that guesswork out to try to make it easy. I give them a hand for that.
No, that's good.
Good planning.
Yeah, but and then
now if you could just build them and get them out.
Right. But then on the other end of the spectrum, I prefer a battery operated chainsaw because it's more efficient than sitting there pulling that crank. Like that great joke.
Everything has a trade-off.
I don't cuss. You pulled it a few times, you would have.
A few more.
Give it a few more pulls.
The bottom line to all of it is everything is a trade-off in physics, in science, in cars. But nobody's talking about the negatives.
You're not allowed. It's a political issue now.
So why can't we talk about it?
You can't. That's your ruins the fun.
Why can't we talk about the negatives?
Give me your voice
Give
again.
us that ruining fun.
I don't want to talk about that. We're saving the world. We got rainbows.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Everybody say it. In the middle of the night, yeah, we're laughing and we're joking and we're feeling all right. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. As the Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza out to the world. Somebody say it. Welcome back, Bill, Bubba, Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
So we talked about, the Israeli conflict going, Hamas and a shocker, and Israel at odds again. Who saw that coming? I'm telling you, the until you understand, and I don't know. I mean, if you try to make this conflict anything other than what it really is, you'll never ever get to the bottom of it. And I was laughing about. It's not funny, ha ha. But Babylon Bee and their ability to take comedy and like we try to do here from time to time and make a good point with it. And so I was looking at they've had some out on the conflict, and I'm trying to find the one that was, here it is. Tensions rise in Middle East as one side wants to kill Jews and the other side are Jews who don't want to die, and neither will compromise. So when you have to understand that those who oppose Israel, they don't want Israel to exist at all, and I hate to bring up the inconvenient truth too that who the land belongs to and all that. Undoubtedly, this whole thing of the indigenous people should be able to have their land that you officially make them indigenous to. Well, undoubtedly, they've cut out the Israelis on that because they gave up some of the land that they were there first. But anyway, so the conflict, no matter how you feel about it, some updates here. Black Lives Matter. They say they stand with Hamas.
Really?
So everybody make a note of that. Black Lives Matter, the official organization, they stand with Hamas in the Israeli conflict. They stand in solidarity with the Palestinians. They tweeted, "We are a movement committed to ending the colonialism." Let's see, how? When it was given to them from the Israelis, not sure they understand colonialism, but in all forms, it will continue to advocate for Palestinian liberation. And they said always have, always will. So Black Lives Matter, they've chosen their side. They're with Hamas. The president is having some issues with what we call the squad, and we can't find. There's no video of it, but I think there were maybe some still shots out there, maybe not. But people saw and said what they think they saw, and it seems to be confirmed that President Biden here in Tlaib got in a heated conversation on the tarmac, and I think this is in Detroit, because Biden, as of right now in the Biden administration, as America has done for a very, very long time, including being the first nation to recognize Israel as a nation and being sovereign, the Biden administration, as of right now, is still standing with Israel, and he's starting to take some heat from the squad.
Well, she is Palestinian. Her family is still there, and she's unhappy about it.
Well, AOC's with her. I mean, they're giving Biden a hard time about this.
Well, the entire left looks like they've lined up with the Palestinians.
So,
Hamas in this case.
Y'all want to hear Biden's comments to Tlaib after that conflict happened?
Yeah, go ahead. I heard it yesterday, but share it with
I hadn't heard it.
I want to say to you that I admire your intellect, I admire your passion, and I admire your concern for so many other people. And it's from my heart, I pray that your grandmom and family are well. I promise you I'm going to do everything to see that they are on the West Bank.
So that shows there was definitely a conversation, and she has personal ties there, and she wanted the president to understand that, and he at one point puts his hand on her shoulder as he talks to her. But again, they were thinking that the squad does not like Biden's stance on this. They think it's too much like America's always been, and they think that he should be either neutral or be more sensitive to the plight of the Palestinians. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So that. But let me just anyone out there who thinks that there's some compromise that can be reached. I'm telling you, when Trump was in for the 4 years, I know he tried his best, but one thing he did accomplish, okay, which I think, because, especially if you're dealing with any kind of enemy of fill in the blank, one thing he did accomplish was, I think that anyone who wanted to attack Israel while Trump was there knew that administration would go on all-out attack with Israel if need be. This administration, obviously, is seen to maybe not be as committed to the Israelis as administrations in the past. Now, in fairness to Biden, he seems to be trying to do that, but he's catching some heat. So there's not solidarity within the party about this. So we will see. But I will. Babylon be again. They said that Biden continues to roll back all of Trump's policies, including peace in the Middle East.
Right.
You said
Joe's got more fires than he shake a stick at.
Well,
right
I will.
According to the White House yesterday, Psaki came out and said that what the Trump administration did was a waste of time. Did nothing.
It is interesting though how nothing happened till he was gone. But
isn't it though?
Right.
And again, another prophecy fulfilled that there will be no peace in that part of the world until Jesus returns.
No, and that's not going to happen. Trump administration.
I think it's honorable that we try, but you're just buying temporary and time. And look, Bible says there will be no peace until Jesus returns. That's why he wept over the city. I mean, he saw this coming.
Yeah. So this conflict is biblical proportions, and you said it, Bubba. If you feel like you want to try to do something to minimize it or soften it or stop it for a little while,
we should should try for peace. We should pray for peace.
More power to you, but
it clearly tells us there will be none. No long term, no real peace.
When one side in a negotiation doesn't want the other side to exist at all, and that's the ultimate goal,
there's no win-win to get to in that.
And so what you do. And I know this is not very popular. What you do is you pick your side and you make sure that side wins every time the conflict starts. This thing of trying to play both sides in this is not going to work. So you pick a side, and I would suggest that be Israel, back from a biblical worldview. And there's innocent people that get caught in that. But I tell you who needs to be blamed for that is the people that put you in this situation that are in some form of leadership. Are there innocent people that are caught in the crossfires of this? Yes. Have there always been innocent people caught in the crossfire of every conflict and war? Yes.
Yep.
Is that a terrible thing? Yes. Which is why war should be avoided at all cost, but it always has to stay on the table because even Scripture says there is a time for war. Sometimes you have to. But you better decide. In this one, you better pick a side and you better go, because if you think that you can not pick a side, then you're going to be forced to. And I'd take a little gander at. I'd be sure I get that right.
Well, it's it's deeply tied into our biblical beliefs, and you go right there to Genesis 12:2-3, and I will make you a great nation, and I will bless you, and I will name. And make your name great so that you will be a blessing. And I will bless those who bless you, and him who dishonors you I will curse. So that really goes back to a lot of our entire position on Israel.
And you can roll through, and that one's straightforward.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
There's a bunch. It's just here's the point. It's very clear.
Yeah.
And now does God himself have a dust up with his people and correct?
Yeah.
And throughout Scripture,
and they're dealing with that right now.
Yeah, he's allowed enemies to come against them, to humble them, to build them back. But that's kind of his call. As far as when they're in a conflict, who you need to be with is real straightforward. And sometimes that requires courage. And people calling you mean.
Yep.
15 minutes past 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. We'll get to some of your phone calls when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big phone trolling. Phone trolling. It's your time to get in. Lines are available. 866 We Be Big. 30 seconds is king. That gets us through the callers a little quicker unless you get a timeout. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events tonight. I'll be at New Life Chapel there at Madison, Alabama. They got a brand new facility. Excited to be there. Man Church kicking it off, and they'll go into our men's discipleship strategy. If you want to be part of that, a few hours ago they told me there were 50 seats that were left tonight. It is a ticketed event. If you'd like to be there, guys, you can either at the door if there's still seats available, or go now to rickandbubba.com. June 3rd, Man Church again, Winfield Baptist Church in Winfield, Alabama. We'll kick off the strategy there. And Gridiron Men's Conference coming up in Huntsville, Alabama on the weekend of Father's Day, June the 18th and the 19th, or the 17th, 18th, whichever one that is. So check that out. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. To beautiful Martin, Tennessee. So, Chaz, do you get us on KYT in there? How do you get the show in Martin, Tennessee?
Yes, that's how I normally get y'all, either that or YouTube.
Okay. Well, so what's on your mind
Thank you,
today?
sir.
Go ahead.
Oh, just y'all talking about the electric cars got me thinking about when my gas weed eater went out about a year and a half ago. You know, I had the choice of going back with another gas or electric, and my buddy said, "Oh, you'll love this electric weed eater. No, just borrow mine and try it out." And I tried it out. It was just pretty much as heavy as my gas one, and I got maybe a halfway through the weed eating, and the thing just died on me. And I went and wound it with a gas one. I like to run that thing wide open, and I don't want to just scare the gas. I'm not scare the grass. I want to make sure it's dead. I want to make sure it's gone. And the gas one just.
Isn't that funny though? There's different things, and you think, I like it gas or I like it battery. I mean, it varies. Weed eaters, bush trimmers, chainsaws, golf carts. I mean, we have that. And say, I think that's great. The consumer can decide.
Yeah, as opposed to taking one of them away because it's going to destroy the world.
And it's funny because you're not completely loyal. I mean, there's things you go, I'd rather have a gas. I'd rather have a battery.
Yeah, I don't line up. And look, if one day, if there's an electric automobile that runs better and is more efficient and does the job and is not a hassle, I'm all about it. I mean, if it's better,
right?
I'm not some purist when it comes to all this, but it's got to be as good or better. John in Jackson, Mississippi. John, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
Hey guys, I believe the Navy SEAL who shot bin Laden said this: if you take every weapon away from the Palestinians, there'll be peace in the Middle East. If you take every weapon away from Israel, there'll be genocide in the Middle East.
Yeah, I heard that too, and that goes back to when one doesn't want the other to exist, it's problematic to get anything done. Let's go to Jason in the great state of Indiana. Jason, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, y'all? I forgot my line of thought, but holla.
Okay. I forgot.
Terry in the great state of Tennessee. Terry, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins.
Buddy. Hey, Terry.
Hey, Bubba, I think I can answer your question why there's not been any questions asked.
Not?
I saw Dana Perino on the 5 yesterday said that the Energy Secretary for Joe Biden has an enormous amount of stock in batteries for cars.
Yeah, so does Nancy Pelosi's husband.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not going to be many questions asked about that.
No, if I've invested in a product, let me tell you something. I'm invested in Rick and Bubba, so I think it's the best darn thing out there. Let's go to Richard in Scottsboro, listening to us on 101.7. Go ahead, Richard.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I've always wanted to help y'all clear something else, something up. Going to that biggin chair. I think I can help you people can figure that out. The front will have the part in it that you sat on. That would be a real good indicator.
Yeah.
Thank you for clearing that.
There we go.
That's good. Jason in Alabama. Jason, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I know one of the Rockies fans in baseball got knocked out. I know what he said.
What'd he say?
He called old boy and mama's boy.
There is a Padres fight with a Rockies fan, and the guy walks down the row, and when I say he punches him, and the guy folds out over the chair, knocked out completely.
Oh, my.
It's that quick. I mean, he just walks down the aisle, pop, and the guy is out. I'm talking about out.
Oh my goodness! Oh, boom! Ooh,
yeah.
Ooh.
And there's another video that was taken off of Twitter. I don't know why, but it's from another angle, and everybody comes and jumps on this Padres fan. Or I say Padres fan. He's got his Padres jersey.
Right? Yeah, man.
Can
I tell you what? That guy didn't really get ready. Did
No, he wasn't.
No.
I don't think he thought he was serious.
Yeah, he thought they were just talking.
That's
you could have just got a halfway block in, that would have helped.
Yeah, just something.
Yeah.
Something to deflect it.
His hands were totally down.
Yeah, look at that. Look at his waist.
Yeah, it knocks his glasses off. Too.
Can I tell you that guy has? I mean, he has. That is not. Look,
right on the old chin.
That's. He's got a glass jaw, Greg.
Yes, he does. A glass jaw.
Well, let me tell you, he just.
Oh,
did he not just fold over?
He
did.
did.
See him fall off the chair.
Yeah, that's
wow.
Awful. Let me tell you something. I'm like Bubba. At least get a hand up. I mean,
just anything to deflect that a little bit would have probably helped.
I'm going to say I think that guy that I just watched may have the slowest reaction.
Yeah.
His reaction skills are just not very.
Let's say that you're the guy that got hit, and now that video's out, and your buddies keep replaying it for you.
Greg,
Whoa! Well, you could say, look, we're at a ball game. The guy's walking up. I didn't think he's going to slug you.
Yeah, but they're still going to love it.
Yeah, but your buddies are going to love it.
They're going to love it. And
yeah,
you're going to have to watch out with
a lot.
And then later you'll think it's over. You're like 2 years later, and something will happen. So you go, I tell you what this reminds me of.
If you think people will replay you hitting a golf ball into a crowd, try that.
Try that on for size.
Matt in South Carolina.
Y'all seen all the videos of me putting in the fairway?
Where are they at? Not as interesting, are they?
You can't go in there and find
No,
them.
that's not fair.
Matt, go ahead.
Hope everybody's doing good, guys. I wanted to tell a real life experience I had with one of the electric vehicles. Several years ago, Ford had brought some to our work and wanted to give us a shot at riding them around and what have you. And I got to talking to the guy just because I was curious. I said, about how far can I go on this thing? He said, well, if you're doing interstate driving, about 160 miles on if you're doing 70 mile an hour. And I live about an hour from Columbia, South Carolina. I said, so I got to get on the other side of Columbia. And then how long does it take me to charge it? He said, about 4 hours. And then the kicker was, he said, how much? I said, how much is this thing? He said, they start at like $45,000. And I'm not even sure if that car is still in production. But I'm going, no way.
Yeah,
I'm not paying $45,000 to go, an hour and a half.
No, you're right, and that's
and then sit 4 hours.
Yeah.
The one it depends.
better.
It depends on what kind of charger you're charging with. If you have a normal one, it can be several hours. If you have a quick charger, it might be 20 minutes.
Right. Let's go with that. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number, and we'll get to more of your phone calls coming up. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. If you have not gone to HelixSleep.com/Bubba yet, you must be perfectly satisfied with your mattress. But if you're like a lot of us who let those things get a little old, it's not sleeping as well, want to try something new, go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba right now. When you go there, you're gonna. What does it take, Greg? About 2 minutes?
Oh yeah,
2 minutes to fill out some stuff.
That long.
They want to know the way you sleep, and Greg,
Not even that long.
and his wife Lisa.
Definitely not 3.
They got a
not 3.
HelixSleep.com/Bubba a mattress. You guys are loving it.
Oh, it's awesome, Rick. I'm telling you, you sleep on that thing, it's like laying in a cloud.
Greg, laying in a cloud.
Laying in a cloud. I struggle every morning when the clock gets off because I can't get up.
So let's get you one. This is all you got to do. You just simply go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Go there. They're associated with allform.com/Bubba. You know that we talked about that does the furniture. So it's the same bunch. You go there, tell them how you sleep, on my side, on my back, on my stomach, combination of these. I want soft, medium, firm mattress. These mattresses, and I talk about this all the time, they help keep you cool while you sleep. They ain't nothing to wake you up quicker if you get stuffy and hot and get sweating. And with the Helix mattress, you don't deal with that. It's very easy to get it. It comes right to your door. You unpack it. We're saving you $200 by taking you to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you a 10-year warranty. We'll get you a 100-day free trial. So if you want to get some truly amazing sleep right now, go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba and get that done. So I want to ask one thing.
Yep.
Does anybody out there know this fight that we just watched, where the guy in the Padres jersey comes over and knocks the guy out cold? We watched it in the break from about 3 or 4 different angles. Okay?
The old right cross got him.
Does anybody know what caused this?
No, but the more we've been studying it, looks like they're at the Rockies' home game. So he wore a Padres jersey to the game. The audio
and brought a chip on his shoulder.
The audio coming from the other angle that we can't play because it has language in it. It sounds like a lady's has been drinking or whatever.
I think a lot of people.
It's almost
there,
like
man.
it's like, oh, okay, he's going down. It's almost like I'm guessing here, but from her audio, it's like they've been mouthing, kind of jawing a little bit, and this guy had enough and just walked down the row and said, "Okay, here we go. It's on." Something got him to that point, and I don't know what it is.
If somebody gets knocked out cold, I'm gonna punch somebody in the face and knock them out cold. It can't just be, hey, we're beating y'all.
You know,
I mean, it's got.
right.
I mean,
it's got to be a little something more to it.
Something had to set that off.
But
it's like that time Pawpaw Roughneck got after you at the Yankees-Braves game.
Threw you down.
Yeah. Put his fingernail marks on my neck.
They sure did.
But nowadays people do things and they don't think that they're going to get in trouble. There's no. I guess what I'm trying to say is that nowadays you can just walk around punching people and just get away with it. Sadly,
you're right. I don't know that you can.
I don't know that he got away with it.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I don't know that he was arrested. I just know the videos out there.
Yeah,
I think he probably wish he'd have been arrested after about 6 of them jumped on him.
Well, I'm going back to this again to all your points. I think we're actually living in the opposite kind of society now, and that is, unless of course you're a protester. But if you're just two people interacting at a ball game now or anywhere, and you punch somebody. There's a lot more trouble now than there used to be.
Yeah.
Unless of course you're punching an officer or something like that. But I'm talking about just two people at a ball game.
Yeah.
What elevated it to that point? I mean, the guy walking over doesn't look drunk. That comes over and hits him.
No.
So
no,
he really doesn't.
He really,
now the guy
really
who got
doesn't.
punched, maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
Could be.
Does anybody know what started? I mean, that's just my weirdness. I'd like to know what instigated.
I know. I thought about.
I hate to say it. I'd like to know if the guy had to come.
I know.
I mean,
who are you pulling for? We don't know.
And a lot of people don't know about the Pawpaw Roughneck. We were at a break. We were over in Atlanta, and I was standing just like everybody else. And apparently, the guy didn't want us standing.
He didn't want us standing up for the Braves
Rick,
because he was a Yankees fan.
It was the World Series.
Yep.
In Atlanta, the first game, Atlanta was up 2-0. Let's not forget that.
Right, we watched it
and coming home, everything was looking good against the historic Yankees. And we are actually there with the owner of the company.
Yeah.
Frank Osborne at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and this happens.
Yeah, and the guy reached in front of him. I was in front of him, the aisle below him.
We were standing because there's a big something going on with the
everybody's standing. It's not like we're the only ones standing in that row or
and we were in front of a very old Yankee fan.
Yeah,
who didn't like people standing.
He did not want us to stand.
And he went to grab me and like pull me down. And when he grabbed me, he grabbed my neck, and his fingernails scratched my neck, and jerked me back, and I'm like, I turned around like, what in the world? And it's an elderly man. I'm like, what do you do with this? You can't start a fight with an elderly man.
Bubba gave you what you should have done.
You might break his hip.
Bubba told you what you should have done.
Yeah, he did.
But and also great. He had a bright yellow Rick and Bubba shirt on. The guy ripped Speedy shirt.
Yeah, he did. And I thought about him when I almost got in I got another altercation with an elderly man at a baseball game just the other night.
Well, they need to understand.
This keeps going on.
Elderly people don't need to be against you because you might save their life.
Well, I don't get it.
You never know if you're going to need a
back.
Speedy.
Yeah.
But I think that guy that messed with you, I think he fell going down steps when we left.
Right,
so it all
right.
kind of evened out.
Right.
Well, you can trip on things. You know, you got to be careful.
That's right.
Especially that it's a decline.
It's
a lot
a
of people,
decline.
you got to watch what you
gotta
do.
be
Older
careful.
people in declines, and I can speak to this because it's happening to me now. It's harder.
Rick, when you look down,
sometimes they fall.
and saw Speedy being yanked down.
I thought to myself, I'm so glad I did this.
Hey, and so now
I know it's going to be late tonight.
At first, I'm like, I don't know if I want to go again.
Hey, and I got to tell you, he broke my little spirit. I was in such a good mood. I mean,
It was cold. He was all happy.
Hey, and I'm right there. I'm not doing anything anybody else isn't doing. My only problem is that I'm in front of him. Okay. Hey, what do y'all think? This one
Clawed
here.
up and ripped shirt there.
Hey,
cold.
Of course, I sat down, but no. This one here got this one here got mad. I'm pointing at Bubba.
Yeah.
He wasn't happy about it. This one here loved every second.
I ain't never been so glad to be in a place.
and I was embarrassed by it. Because I didn't know what to do.
And then the rest of the game, we'd stand up, Speedy, and stay sitting down.
I mean, well, I don't know what you do.
Crazy man to get him.
All right, James and Coleman.
Please look at Adler. He's been rotating.
That's so good. That's so good, Adler. James and Coleman claims he has an update. Go ahead, James.
Sit down.
Hey guys, according to a headline that I seen not long after the video came out, that the guy that got knocked out did not want to press charges.
So that tells me if he didn't want to press charges, at least that guy must think to himself, I brought that on myself a little bit.
Or he just wants it all to go.
Or he just wants it all to go. But it's not working.
He's tired of seeing that video on TV.
But don't you think if you'd been wrongly punched and knocked out, you would press charges?
Well, you could tell there had been some type of altercation.
Well, yeah, great. The guy walks over and doesn't say, "Let me tell you, I don't want to hear this anymore." It's to the point of punching.
Yeah, I mean, so it must have been.
Greg, I'm
like,
walking to punch.
Yeah.
So I've already gone through
That's
that.
it. I'm done.
That's it.
Rick, from that walk, as far as it was, I didn't cool off one bit. I was still mad.
I've had those conversations back in the old days.
Right.
Okay, now look, are we going to work this out? All right.
Yeah. All right. So here it is.
That's it.
Here it is. So I'm at a game the other night.
Are you going to talk about this?
It's two high school games.
Does this guy pull you down?
And it's
this guy scratch your neck and rip your shirt.
It's a Final Four game, which means that in the 6A classification, the winner of this matchup goes to represent the South in the state finals in baseball for the state of Alabama. So I'm down there. Tyler's coaching for one team, and I'm just sitting there with Terry. And we've been supporting the team all year long.
Rowdy.
Matter of fact, we've met the parents. We're all just having a good time. Mm-hmm. And we normally try to sit back a little bit because we're just parents of a coach. Mm-hmm. The parents of the players, they get to bring their chairs. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking of the Rick and Bubba chair now. Set that scene there, and everybody's sitting up against the net. Mm-hmm. Well, we get there, and there's four guys that are there already. Nobody's ever seen them before. And they're four local guys, and they're look like maybe they're at retirement age. And so we strike up some small talk, and they're like, oh, yeah, we're retired. We love baseball, though, and we just wanted to come watch a high school game. We live in the area, so we all get to be friends with them. Like, yeah, that's fine. And they even said, hey, are we taking up parent spots or whatever? And everybody's like, no, it's just a big enough area. There's room, So we're just all small talking and stuff. And then all of a sudden I notice another guy come up and squeeze in between them. And I don't think anything of it. And then all of a sudden the game starts, and he's hooping and hollering and clapping for the other team.
No,
and so he's on the wrong side.
Uh-huh.
And being just a little bit disrespectful. I mean, like, we drove down. It was in the Mobile area. So, you're driving down. It's been a long season, a lot riding on the game, and you're sitting over on the other side, and I'm talking about you're clapping and whistling and making a big scene, for the other team. Mm-hmm. And you can sit on the other side and do that, but you're not going to do that over, in the middle of all the parents and stuff. So I'd had enough. Right. And so I'm sitting behind the guy, and I said, the last time I think something happened, there was a close play, and it went the other team's way, and he's like, woo! Woo-hoo-hoo! Ah, yeah! And everybody else is quiet on our side, Mm-hmm. I mean, really stood out. And I said, like, that's it! And I said, I leaned up. I said, I tell you what, we're not going to do that over here. I said, if you're gonna hoop and holler about that, when you please go to the other side.
Well.
And he turns around and tells me to go sit back down.
Rick.
And that's when
He grabs your shirt.
And I said, well, I tell you what, I said, I don't want to, ruin the moment here. I said, but a man your age ought to know something about respect, and you're disrespecting everybody over here.
Just go sit back down.
and I'm like, and so now the other guys that are with him, you can tell they're embarrassed by it because they were truly there just to watch a game. This guy's come in late. Seems like he might be. He probably is for the other team, which that's okay. But don't disrespect everybody on this side.
Were the parents upset about it?
And you were mad about the call, and that just added to it.
Really, to be honest with you, I wasn't that bad. But the other parents and some other parents jumped in and said, "Yeah, could you please move over?" Just a little. But that just goes back to just Gooden's not knowing better. But a man that age should know a little bit about respect. You don't do that.
Well, apparently not.
But I thought about Paw Roughneck because I thought, my gosh, what's he going to do?
Yeah, that's interesting. That's an interesting concept. You and the elderly, because they need you.
Baseball games.
Yeah. We'll be back. Yeah, it's always at baseball games.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the people we go. It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. You know, we did have one other story today, but we were discussing, hey, Joe Rogan, we've been talking about this for years, but Joe Rogan, I guess now, it's like every time he turns around, he realizes I can't say anything anymore on my podcast. You thought that was going to be where everybody was going to go. Remember, like before it used to be, I don't want to deal with the FCC, so I'm going to go to satellite radio where I can say whatever I want to and cuss and all that. Then it became, I'm going to do a podcast so I can go. Well, you know what? The cancel culture, it doesn't matter where you go because they still hear you say it. You know, I mean, so
they're still going to find you.
They're listening. They're still going to find you. But he made the comment that we're going to get to a day with the cancel culture that straight white men will be silenced and not allowed outside and live in public and be and exist because of the cancel culture.
Yeah.
And you know, he's already talked about being a comedian and all this. Comedians, well, let me tell you, it's the cancel culture. If something's not done, you know, it's one of those things. Again, you may not care about it till they put their crosshairs on you. To the phones we go. Let's go to Keith in Pell City. Keith, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Hey, Bub.
Hey, Bub.
I love y'all. This is lakeside living at its finest, and I think y'all are an anomaly. I don't know what that means, but it sounded real good.
We are an anomaly, sir. You are correct.
Sounding
I don't know if it's the same way you meant it, but it is correct.
Tom in Tennessee. Tom, go ahead.
Stop.
Hey, fellas. Monkey grass, green acres.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
So I just want to mention, you know, I hear everybody talking about the Teslas and all that good stuff, and I just want to say that we basically own just about anything. I got a 65 Corvair, 68 Army truck, tractors, Cadillac, Town and Country, and we now own a Tesla.
So you collect automobiles of all kinds.
So you can compare them.
Yeah, and I also do all the maintenance work.
Okay.
And I mean, all of it. So from a car guy perspective, the Teslas are great. They're really fast, and they're easy to deal with. And I don't have to crawl under that thing. I'm getting old now. I mean, you guys' range. I'll be 53 this year. So, you know, it gets hard getting up and down under the cars. So the Tesla's really great. But as far as if you just get in the car and go, you probably won't like it because of the recharge time.
Yeah.
But it depends on where you recharge it. So what we normally will do is when we take the Tesla somewhere, we will go like Tullahoma or Murfreesboro or something. And what we'll do is we'll go hit lunch, grab our lunch, eat it while we're charging, and then continue on our way and we're done.
I think they're setting up a lot of those charging stations around food to do that. So when you stop to eat, you charge.
Right. And they basically strategically place them so no matter where you go, you can get to the next one. And most of them are in a convenient location, like an exit ramp on a highway or a food area of some kind.
So how long?
I'm also hearing them at parks in some places. So if you go and you're going to play golf or you're going to do whatever, you can charge while that's going on.
So let's talk about. I'm pulling up to the Show Enough Best charger. How long does it take to fully charge?
So that depends on the type of charger.
Well, that's why I asked, that's why I was very specific about my question. Ooh. The like I go up to a really good one.
The fastest one.
What's my best case scenario?
So that'd be so for Tesla that would be the V3 charger, and I believe it's about a 100-amp charge.
Mm-hmm.
And so we can grab lunch, McDonald's or whatever, and sit there, and in about 20 minutes we're pretty much full.
Yeah.
All right. So that was the 20
minutes. Depending on how much you charge.
And Tom, you can tell me if this is right or not because I've talked to a few Tesla owners. Like if they are going on a long trip, let's say in our case from North Alabama to the beach, you may stop and get lunch somewhere. But we always think of filling up, but it will sometimes it will tell you not to fill up, just charge enough to get to the next charger.
Right. So that's the trip function. And basically what they're saying is when you charge a lithium pack, you don't want to always charge it all the way.
Right.
So like during the week going to and from work, you set the trip to whatever, but it's just not full.
Right.
But if you're going to go on a long trip down the road, like to the beach or something from Huntsville, then yeah, you go ahead and tell it, I want to charge all the way. I'm going on a big trip. I need as much as possible.
And how long?
But for daily driving, not so much.
How long till I need to charge if I'm going from Huntsville to the beach?
So the navigation system on the Tesla has a map, and on the map it's got all the charging possibilities, the superchargers, the destination chargers, and even like your charge points with the different type of connector on it, and you can charge pretty much all of them if you have the right adapter. And what it'll do is when you punch in your destination, it'll show you all your options, and then you just hit each one along the way as you need to. Like when we bought the Tesla, we bought it in Atlanta, charged up at some place called Town Center, and then I put it on cruise control and said, take me, this is where I want to go. This one doesn't have the full self-driving.
Right.
So I have to actually pay a lot more attention to what's going on. It's just a really advanced cruise control. But at the same time, it's easier on that battery than my foot because I'm a car guy. I want to go.
Let me get back to my question. When I get in that car, and I know I've got to get to a charger, I got to be able to make it to the next charger. Are there scenarios right now where the charge is not enough to even get me to the next charger? Do I have to be real careful about that?
No, the computer figures it out for you.
So how long is the car going to drive before it needs to be charged?
Depends on where the next charger is, depending on what mode you're in.
So what you're saying is it will say you got to go ahead and stop now and charge, or else we won't have enough to get to the next.
Yeah, yeah, it'll tell you.
Correct.
It's not you.
I'm out.
Yeah.
And
I'm out. That's the end for me.
Yeah, it's doing it for you, though, Rick.
Yeah,
so you don't have to figure
I don't
it
like
out.
all this.
Also, Rick, let's say you're in a hurry.
But you do the same
He's
thing.
Say, no, we can't go any faster.
Yeah, but I
know.
know.
You do the same thing with gas.
Yeah, but I know. I mean, gas stations right now are readily available. One day these will be.
They will be.
But what I'm saying is, I know how long a tank of gas that I need before I need to start getting. I don't like for a car to go, well, you better stop now for a tank of gas, or you won't have enough to get any more gas.
No, it'll tell you how long your charge is and time, and it changes depending on how fast you're driving.
It just sounds like I'm stopping a lot more with an electric car than right now. I mean, I'm not saying it'll be that way in the future. It sounds like I'm stopping.
Cool
I'm stopping a lot.
In there.
Mm-hmm. I don't like to stop that much.
Well, now hold on, guys. There's a couple really cool functions in there.
Maybe later. Maybe later. I'm out. Y'all got to get it further advanced.
Tom, come down here and take us for a ride.
Yeah. Tom, y'all going to get there? I think you're going to get there. You're not where I need you to be yet, buddy.
This is not Low House or Rick right now.
Yeah, but look,
Rick,
one day it'll be there.
You have to stop usually and get gas on the way, and it may take you 5 minutes. It's going to take
Electric
you 20
car
to fill up the.
It's still at the point where we're not to the QWERTY board yet.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get